All right, welcome into day 2, everybody. It is Rockhound Detroit Lions here, live from Radio Row in Green Bay, Wisconsin. Had to flip around the other way so we could get a better look at the giant mega TVs in here. Try to pay attention. Tonight's going to go fast and furious. Won't be a whole lot of conversation about the teams. Did a lot of breakdown last night, I think, on each team. Let me give you guys a recap. Real quick, though, I hear hot air balloons are filling up last night. And, you know, what goes up must come down. Just remember, when they're talking behind your back, they're behind you for a reason. This is like the 8th Detroit Lions pick that I've gotten right in the last 3 seasons. There's a reason why I get things right. It's not because I'm better than anybody else. I just work harder than everybody else. And I'm sorry, I'm not going to hold back from that. It's nothing against you guys, right? I appreciate everyone's opinions, but there's just certain people out there that just want to see you do bad, and we're not going to do bad here. We're gonna keep having fun, even if we get the pick wrong. It's okay. It's not the end of the world, man. This is a very difficult job. There's a reason why all of these NFL analysts up here don't get things right. There's a reason why they even say it every year, man. We're gonna get nothing right, and that's because it's very, 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 very hard. But let me give you a recap. So last night was super fun, man. I mean, being here in Radio Row in Green Bay, being credentialed, and having the access that we've had has been, I mean, more than what I could have thought it was going to be. Feeding us great salmon and prime rib today, or New York strips or whatever. I mean, they're just feeding us great today. Great food. But let me give you the recap here on my board. So I want to try to get this board up for you guys because, man, I killed it. I killed it yesterday. We did a good job. There's got to be a way I can get this thing up. Give me one sec. Eric, are you plugged in? Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead and say hi to everybody.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? I had to jump out and go outside for a minute and meet one of my super fans who I've never met in my entire life. His name is Miguel and his family, and this guy gave me a Lake Superior agate, and this thing's worth a fortune, like about $600, and it's absolutely awesome. Hard to see from way over there, but great gem. He knows I'm a collector, and this is going to go on my top shelf. So Miguel, thank you. That was super awesome to meet somebody at the draft I've never met before, and brought me something super awesome, near and dear to my heart. That was really cool. It's starting to fill up out there. It quit raining just in time for some draft picks to start. Getting a few people out there, and they're getting the crowd all hyped up. So they were announcing, they were trying to get each team to scream out there, for each team's fans. And they started with the Bills, and it was pretty quiet, but then they started getting to some of the other teams, and it got louder and louder. And I left before they got to the NFC North teams, but I know those 4 teams, they were going to do a lot of cheering and a lot of booing.
It's actually going to be really hard to try to get this thing up here. Not having multiple screens to work with. So I'm not going to be able to, I'm not even going to mess with it. I'm not even going to screw with it. I'm just going to read it. You guys know that I put this up here the other day. So we've got receipts. But I'm going to walk you down my list. So I did what was called the top 36 list this year. And I only had one player that was not on my top 36 list that was selected in the first round. And that was Jackson Dart. And even though that I talked about Dart all season long, that he was going to get taken in the first round, that someone was going to move up to take him, for some reason, I didn't put him on my list. And I don't know why. But be that as it may, I got Travis Hunter, Abdul Carter, Mason Graham, Ashton Genty, Armand Membu, Tyler Warren, Cam Ward, Jelon Walker, Matthew Golden, Malachi Starks, Jahdae Barron, Will Campbell, Colston Loveland, Tedoroya McMillan, Walter Nolan, Gray Zabel, Jihad Campbell, Shamar Stewart, Omarion Hampton, Donovan Jackson, Josh Connerly, Kenneth Grant, Michael Williams, James Pierce, Tyleek Williams, now a Detroit Lion, and Derek Harmon. So there was only, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 spots out of 32 that I didn't get correct last night. So that means I was on 75% correct calls last night for the first round, 75%. And above and beyond that, I hit on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 14 correct picks as they happened last night. So it's a pretty successful night, I think, on night one.
Yeah, especially since I got one right.
Well, it might be my most successful draft as far as getting that many picks right in the first round. I still don't think it compares to what we were able to pull off, or what I was able to pull off a couple seasons ago when I got 5 picks for the Lions. But tonight's going to be a little bit different. Not really understanding exactly what the Lions might do. I mean, I think their only option is moving forward. I mean, we've talked about it a little bit today with a few other people. What are their teams going to do? What is our team going to do? I guess I'm still in the boat that Brad's going to have to move forward today if he's really thinking he's going to get an edge rusher. I don't see 30 spots before 60 not taking the rest of these edge rushers that in my opinion, are high on the list.
Well, I was looking today at the top 20 edge rushers, on a couple of lists, and there's about 15 of them still left. And from what I could see, if the Lions play it right, they could move back up into the second round tonight and then have 2 picks in the second. And what do you think about this? We pick Nick Scorton with our first one, and we take Landon Jackson with our second one.
Well, I don't think that we would take 2. I don't think there's enough room on the roster to be able to take 2 edge rushers, but I don't even know where you're thinking about picking them up. I think that Nick Scorton's probably going to be gone by pick 36, 38.
Yeah.
Probably 38, I think, is when he'll be gone. So yeah, I'm not real sure where you're thinking that we're going to put 2 edge rushers. I think one's probably more than enough. But I think the Lions will probably try to move forward. I think that it's going to be a lot less costly now in the second round to move forward. And so what was the second one? Landon Jackson?
Yeah, Landon Jackson.
So I think Landon might be in that mid 45 range. Right? Middle of the second round.
Yep.
And I think that's a perfect spot for the Lions to try to move up. The mid 40s range. The meat of this draft, like I've been saying, is, it's that 26 to... This thing's doing something funky. This 26, to 45. And I think that, it's still deep at pick 50. So, I'm using the wrong one.
You're not tethered together anymore.
No, and this damn keyboard's not working again. Oh, man, you got to love it, don't you? Got to love it. Give me just 1 second. I had this thing working just fine, and now it's not. Nothing wants to work, man. Nothing wants to work. And I don't know what's going on with Excel, but it's just, all it does is freeze. Give me 1 second here. I gotta get this to close so I can get my other stuff open. This is crazy. Well, I guess while I'm waiting on that, we go and see who's in the chat today. I can't see how many people we got in. We are going to be giving away, obviously, some more gift bags, jerseys, and things like that tonight. So make sure that you guys are in, stay in, and get your friends to get in here. Let's buy some raffle tickets. Support Rockhound Cancer Foundation. If you haven't subscribed, please do so. We get a ton right here on Rockhound Detroit Lions. If you want, the good quality information, analytical, statistical, and then above all that, just great conversation. That's what we do here. Whether it's Rockhound Detroit Lions, where I'm typically by myself at, a lot of the other shows and videos, or it's the Rise and Grind morning show at 8 to 10, Monday through Friday, every single week. Some weeks vacation, some weeks, we're off, take days off every once in a while, but for the most part, that show is about 365 days a year. and you're getting Lions talk every single day. And if it's not Lions talk, it's a little bit of NFL news and rumors and everything else that we have going on every single day. So come and join it, be part of it, and help grow it. Our goal is to get to 10,000 subscribers this weekend so that we can give away 2 tickets to the Detroit Lions opening game at Ford Field this year. All right, is this thing going to close now?
It has been full on Gremlinville.
Yeah, look at it. It's just...
Yeah.
Whoa. It's just a big old hourglass of, like, pointless. It's like someone just elevated their membership, but I can't see it.
Let's see. Larry McQuinston, welcome to level 2, the loyalty crew.
So what was the name?
Larry McQuinston.
Larry McQuinston, thank you for joining the loyalty crew. Let's get you rocked up here with... Oh, we've been giving JMO a lot of crap, so let's do a JMO.
It is complete. There goes JMO right side. He's got the angle to the end zone. 25-20, 15-10, 5, end zone. Touchdown, Detroit Lions. JMO flies into the end zone, and the Lions extend their lead.
All right, so let's talk about Jameson Williams and Aiden Hutchinson. So yesterday I put out 2 rumors. 2 rumors from a source that said that the Detroit Lions had their eyes on, and by the way, it was pick 8. I don't know why I said 9 in the Panthers. It was pick 8. Panthers at pick 8 was who the Lions had their eyes on, right? Now, I didn't know what other players or compensation or anything like that. And the other one was the Falcons. But the warning that I give everybody is this. If Brad Holmes' board is working for him, he doesn't need to move. And I think that once Golden was off the board, obviously JMO was going to stay, if there was even a chance that he was going to get traded. And then, once Derek Hartman was gone and Tyleik Williams was still there, clearly the Lions weren't going to trade back. Now, I feel like the Lions missed out on a big opportunity that if they were offered the same deal by the Falcons to trade back, and, I mean, that was a hike to go back to, I think it was 46. I mean, that's a hike to move back, but they would have picked up a first-round pick next season, pick 46 this year. The Lions could have then repackaged, saved that first-round pick, maybe given up a second-round pick next year, and move back up towards, the second round even earlier, or another second-round pick earlier. There could have been a lot of movement. I think that I'm glad that the Lions ended up with Tyleik Williams. He's the guy that if you saw my video that I dropped today, I called him from day one. I'm glad that they got him. I think that he's going to be an absolute game record. But are you guys, worried that Brad missed out on gaining a first-round pick last year or for next year? I guess is my first question. My second question would be, or statement, I guess, is, Brad comes out and makes a statement that there was never any conversation about JMO, and then you see both fifth-year options get done with JMO and Aiden Hutchinson today. Kind of funny, right? Now, I'll put the tinfoil hat on for a moment. Why do you think both of them were saved together? It's a little bit easier to give up the fifth-year option for both of those guys and say, well, look, JMO or Hutchinson got his too. So it's not that we were waiting to see what happened in the draft, because we still, we gave it to Hutchinson at the same time. They didn't have to do their fifth-year options today. They still had 4 or 5 days to get it done. You could have done it Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday of next week. It didn't make a difference at all.
Yeah, just by May 1st, they have to have it done.
Right. So I think that, what I said last week is the Lions are going to wait till after the draft to get those fifth-year options done. They were going to see what they were going to do in the draft, and they did. They saw what they were able to do in the first round. I think they got with the guy that they wanted. They didn't need to trade. And it is what it is. They could wash their hands of it, and now they could kibosh all rumors. Any rumors, any potential rumors that were even close to hitting the target, or the ones that did hit the target, well, they don't have to worry about it anymore. Does that mean... let's think about this. So, Eric, DeAndre Swift was taken or was traded last year in the day 2. Lions pick up Gibbs on day 1. and then they trade DeAndre Swift on day 2. It's kind of the same thing.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So do you have any thoughts, I mean, about that situation where could have been a very similar situation for J-Mo, where they pick up the receiver yesterday in Golden if he was available? Maybe today J-Mo's on the board getting traded.
Possibly. But the Green Bay Packers, they foiled our plans to pick up Golden. Well, not our plans, not my plans. I was hoping that J-Mo would stick around for good, and I'm happy that he's still around, still a Lion. I think it's awesome that they did both fifth-year options. I think they did Hutch at the same time, so that gives them more time to do both Hutch and J-Mo if they want to extend both of them. Now, do I think they're going to extend J-Mo? Probably not, unless there's something incredible happens. But if something incredible happens, then J-Mo's going to demand too much money. So I say let's get as much as we can out of him for the next 2 seasons, or at least for this season. Now, if you want to trade him after this season, then that's a whole nother can of worms. That's a whole nother ball game. But at least we get to see. And that's what I wanted to see all along, was just what we could get out of this kid. And kind of the same goes for Hutch, because Hutch got hurt last year, was having a great season. He was on this upward trend the whole time for all 3 seasons. He was looking like he was going to come in and destroy the league last year. Got into the 5th game, gets hurt in Dallas, goes down with a broken leg, and it just derailed his season. So I think had he not gotten hurt, that the Lions would have been more apt to get the deal done now versus later. But since he is dealing with that injury, I think now is the time to exercise a little bit of patience, and let's wait a year or 2, and then we'll get Hutch done as well. But I do see Hutch getting a long-term, stick with the Lions forever kind of deal.
Yeah, I don't think there's any doubt to Aiden Hutchinson getting an extension. I don't think there's any doubt to that.
Yeah, and his could even happen this summer. You just don't know. They have to see what he's going to do, how he's going to come back from all of this.
So you guys let us know how the stream is doing. So this is the first stream set in 4K, and I'm already having issues like on my laptop. I had to disconnect. It said that I couldn't connect to the chat.
Really?
Yep.
That is strange.
Are you able to connect to the chat? Well, you're on your mobile, yes,
here.
but
Let me go to YouTube. We'll see what goes on here.
so I'll just restart this thing. So anyway, I guess to your points, talking about Aiden Hutchinson and Jamison Williams.
Yep.
5th-year options are done. It definitely gives them time. Yep, they can make them play, through this year on the contract that they have. And now that the 5th-year option is done, I believe it fully guarantees this year. So no matter what happens in this year, I believe that their contracts are fully guaranteed, which, rookie deals are fully guaranteed anyway, I believe. But if there wasn't any guaranteed money left on their deal, it is now guaranteed.
Mm-hmm. Whatever
their base salaries and options and bonuses and things like that were, it is now guaranteed the way that I understand it. So for Jamison's purposes, he didn't have any guaranteed money because he lost it all after that first suspension for gambling. So that was a big help for him, right? Now he's got some guaranteed money. The thing that I kept mentioning, hold on, let me pause on that before I forget. What in the world happened yesterday in Green Bay with these kids on a bus that got their helmets taken away?
Yeah.
Because I'm watching everything out in the crowd right now, and there was a giant purple cheese, piece of cheese on a Minnesota Vikings, fan. There's a guy walking around with spikes and shoulder pads. You've got various other fans walking around in costumes, and a bunch of kids on a bus come in with Detroit Lions helmets that are just hard hats, and they get taken away and thrown away.
Yeah, it was actually a church group that brought a bunch of kids And unfortunately, they had made up hard helmets with Detroit Lions logos on the sides for all the kids to wear and all the adults. And when they got here, they made them throw them in the garbage to gain entry into the draft. They didn't do it to anybody else, but they did it to this group. And why they did that, that's a shame on the NFL for letting that happen.
Doesn't make any sense. I certainly don't understand it. I mean, there's no restrictions on what you can wear.
No.
So I don't get it.
Yeah. And then later on, after the gates were closed because it was completely full and it was over capacity, they stopped letting people in for a while. About a half hour or so later, they finally started letting people in again, and all they did was open the floodgates. They didn't check anybody, they didn't make anybody go through a metal detector, and people just flooded in. That's what I was told today anyway.
So allegedly.
Well, by someone that was actually there waiting to get through, and she's like, when they finally let us through, they didn't check us. So that's kind of dangerous. You don't want somebody bringing something in that they should not be bringing in.
Man, I don't know why I'm having so much difficulty with this mouse. First it was the keyboard, now it's the mouse.
Wow.
It's just so slow.
I like what Scott Young says. They hate us because they ain't us.
So Computer Joe says copyright. Well, I don't know that you could claim. I mean, the Lions would have to claim copyright on their helmet.
Yeah.
But I mean, everybody else is wearing things that are not traditional NFL material.
Yeah.
So I think that's a bunch of BS.
Yeah, and I'm sure they got the stickers from Lions.com or NFL.com or something.
Yeah, it could have been a sticker. I'm not real sure.
Yeah, they were. I watched the video 3 or 4 times, and the lady was not nice at the gate.
Oh, Megan was just saying that all they could see was my Excel spreadsheet. What the hell? You guys saw my spreadsheet the whole time? Wow. What the hell?
Yeah.
Oh, it was stuck. I'm glad I was able to kill it. Finally got it done. My bad. These small little technical difficulties. Get rid of this one too. All right, Roger Goodell back on the podium. So, again, as we're walking in today, Roger Goodell, first guy we see this morning, or, well, late morning, early afternoon.
I actually shook his hand on the way in this morning. I couldn't believe it.
It seems like we're crossing paths every day.
Yep. All right, so the Browns are on the clock, it looks like, here in a minute.
So there was one defensive tackle that was high on my list for the Lions had they not gotten Tyreek Williams, and that was Joshua Farmer. So I'm really interested to see now. You know, I doubt that the Lions double down and in taking another defensive tackle. I do believe that they need to go after some of the more important needs, even though this is best value and best player available for Brad Holmes. It always has been every year, and I think he's going to stick with that. But, I caught him saying something in the press conference yesterday where he had mentioned, that it was actually a need because to take Tyreek Williams because of the Aleem McNeil factor. He was saying, he didn't say the word need. He said, this was going to help us now fill that gap with Aleem gone or something to that extent. So to me, that was kind of speaking like, hey, dude, you just said that you picked a need, as opposed to picking the best player available. But I still believe that Tyreek Williams was the best tackle available on the defensive side of the football. And if it wasn't him, it would have been TJ Sanders right after that. So I still think it was a very good pick. But now that we're into the second round, we're not picking until very end, just like yesterday. What are the Lions going to do? Eric, have you seen any other trades, and do you have any of the other trades from Brad's recent history or any other recent history
I can pull them up here.
that can kind of give us an idea of what we're going to be looking at for trade compensation to move up in this draft?
All right, so draft day trades. Let's see if Brad has ever made a second round trade. So I'll start with his very first trade back in 2021. And that was Brad Holmes' first trade as the Detroit Lions GM. He made a trade with the Cleveland Browns. The Lions swapped in the 4th round and moved up 40 spots to 153 and picked linebacker Derek Barnes. The swap also included the Lions receiving the Browns' 7th round and number 257 taking Jamar Jefferson.
This was a second round pick?
Yeah.
Hold on, go back to it. First trade.
No, his first trade was a 4th round.
Yeah, I'm talking second round.
All right, so let's see if he's ever done a second
Just
round
take a
pick.
look and see what you find, and when you do, just let me know. And if not, I thought you looked for some other ones too.
Okay. So here's one where the Detroit Lions got a round 2, number 46, and they picked Josh Paschal. And
Yeah, that was the trade for JMO though, so that one really didn't
That
matter.
was in the JMO trade.
Yeah.
Let's see. This year would have one.
So a few players to be looking out for. I think right now in the second round, it is quite honestly probably an offensive player potential. I think in this round, you still have some really good tight ends that are available. I think that would be a wasted pick right now with the way that this tight end group has Brock Wright and Sam Laporta. So I'm not high on tight end. I think that all of the tackles, in my opinion, they're pretty much gone. I'm not sure that the Lions really need a tackle. The majority of the guys that they brought in for visits, at least, were guys like Gray Zabel, who was a center, guard, and a tackle. Dylan Fairchild, who's a guard. Anthony Belton, who is a tackle, who also could slide to guard. Donovan Jackson, who's now gone. Jonah Savea, or Savane, or however you say his last name. He's a tackle. He's a really good tackle. And Charles Grant's a tackle. Beyond that, it's Luke Newman, who these are UDFAs. Josh Preeb, Spencer Brown. So I'm not worried about it. So in the second round, if the Lions had to wait, it could be Anthony Belton or Jonah Savane at the end of this round. Did you ever find a trade?
Yep. So we had a second round trade between the Detroit Lions and the Green Bay Packers. The Detroit Lions sent their number 48 pick to the Green Bay Packers to move up 3 spots to 45 and took Brian Branch, and they sent away their 5th round 2023 pick, number 159, and a pick swap. So it cost them a 5th round pick to move up 3 spots in the second round from 45 to 48. And the pick is in for the Browns.
So we traded 48 for 45.
Yep. Move 3 spots.
Man.
Schlesinger.
He was probably the next best linebacker on the board. He was high on the Detroit Lions list. He is now a Brown. This guy's, I like him. I really liked his tape. This is a great pick. Browns obviously going defense early in this draft. Doing what they did with the trade. It's a good pick, man. Carson's going to be special.
And the Houston Texans are on the clock next.
As soon as I can get this thing off the damn screen.
Yep. So Carson Schlesinger out of UCLA. He was 6'2.5", weighs 242 pounds, had 31 5/8 inch arms, 9 1/4 inch hands. He jumped 39.5 in the vertical and had 20 bench press. He redshirted his freshman year as a walk-on. And then in 2022, he played in all 13 games as a reserve and on special teams. He had 15 tackles and 1 half tackle for loss. And he received a scholarship before the season. And then in 2023, he played in all 13 games as a reserve on special teams with 12 tackles, 2 tackles for loss, and 1 sack. And then in 2024, he had his breakout season. First team Associated Press All-American. He was a first team All Big Ten Conference, and he was a finalist for the Butkus Award, the nation's top linebacker. He led the FBS with 90 solo tackles, ranked third with 136 tackles, and then he was a team captain, and he also played in 12 games with 10 starts, 8.5 tackles for loss, 4 sacks, 2 interceptions, 3 pass breakups, and a forced fumble. And the analysis of him was by Lance Zierlein was that he was going to be a second-round pick, and that's exactly where he went. Houston's pick is now in already. It's going to move much, much faster today.
Give me just a second, guys. I gotta try to fix something.
Yeah, Will's working through a keyboard issue again, I think, or a mouse issue. And we went and bought a new keyboard and everything.
Which I might have to just use it. Might just plug it in here in a minute.
Yeah. All right, the Texans are announcing their pick right now. Oh, man.
There goes the big body wide receiver.
My guy, Jaden Higgins. Oh, I wanted him bad. That's one I wanted to go to the Lions. I really, really like Jaden Higgins. When I watched him at the Combine, man, the kid's 6'5". He's blazing fast, solid hands. He was catching everything, and he ran so smooth. I loved everything he did at the Combine.
I'm not surprised here. Jaden Higgins going this early in the second round. I mean, I said it yesterday. He was going to be a riser in this board. Matter of fact, let's get into my my notes from yesterday, my big board.
So he was number 37 on this big board that I'm looking at today. He is off the board.
So yesterday during risers and what was it? What did we call yesterday's segment? Movers, shakers, and sleepers.
Yeah.
Jaden Higgins. Jaden Higgins is one of them. He was someone that I saw moving up, on a lot of different boards, but my own. Someone that I was hoping that the Lions may have a crack at, but he is no longer available. Who's up next?
Oh.
Would you mind having the tracker open here,
Yep,
since mine's not working?
All right, yep. The Tennessee Titans are on the clock right now.
So next week's schedule, more than likely, I know Eric's going to be gone next week. He's got a show to do. I'm definitely going to be off on Monday. And quite honestly, outside of doing some videos and probably some night shows, the morning show is probably going to take a few days off, if not the whole week. I've got a couple of things I have to do, and then I've got obviously a procedure on Friday, I think. Whenever the 2nd is, I have a procedure on the 2nd. So just a little update. So who's up next? You said the Titans are up next?
Yeah, so the Titans are on the clock right now.
And who was their first pick last night?
Oh, let me pull that up.
You should be able to hit the down arrow there.
Right here. Doesn't say. Well, the Titans were number 1. They took.
They took Cam Ward. They didn't make any other moves yesterday. It doesn't show right there. It doesn't pop up what they took.
Nope.
Well, that's really odd.
Yeah, let's see if we do that for Houston. Nothing there.
Well, that's not much of a tracker if it doesn't track every pick, huh?
Yeah.
It's pretty worthless. Way to go, NFL. Way to be on top of it. Yep, we got this tracker, guys. Here, open it up, but yet we're not going to really track it.
Yeah, so you got to click up here, go to round 1.
Yeah.
And you can see Tennessee was Cam Ward number 1. And
Oh, we got a trade.
we do?
Yeah, it looks like they traded it to Seattle here, and Seattle's on the clock. Now they're pretty excited. So I'm wondering here what are they going after? What does Seattle really want? And I don't have like who's best available right now.
Well, from my little sheet here, I have Mike Green, Will Johnson, Luther Burden, Donovan Ezrakow, Trey Amos, Nick Scorton, Benjamin Morrison, and Kevin Winston Jr. You got Eric Ayenamore, Omar Norman Lott, Landon Jackson, Shador Sanders, Siobhan Revel, Darius Alexander Princely.
Yeah, I mean you're just naming a bunch of names, but who's the best for Seattle right now?
For Seattle, I don't know. What do they need?
So I'm going to just go ahead and do the mock draft simulator so I can.
This says offensive lineman, wide receiver, cornerback, and defensive line. Let's see what did Seattle take in the first round? Seahawks took Gray Zabel in the first round, so I doubt they're going to go with an offensive lineman in the second round here. Let's see what other needs they said. So wide receiver, cornerback, and defensive line. So cornerback, they could take Will Johnson, the injured guy from Michigan.
So his knee is in really bad shape. It's exploded, man. I can't see where. I just don't see where a lot of teams are going to want to take a big risk here on Will Johnson. I mean, they could, but he definitely was not going to get first round money. Not with the knee the way that it is. So we're still on pick 35 here, Seattle.
Somebody might be behind or ahead of us. Boy, is Seattle going to look like a different team this year.
So is there any big safeties left on the board? You got Xavier Watts.
Kevin Winston Jr.
Nick Emmanwari.
Yep.
Who else? Richard Sherman making the pick now. Nick Emmanwari, safety, going to the Seattle Seahawks. And now look at this. Why do I keep getting all the staples?
I don't know. So they let DK Metcalf go, and they select a safety that looks just like DK Metcalf body-wise. Just chiseled out of granite and was crazy at the combine.
It's a good pick, man. You know how Seattle loves that Legion of Boom. This is going to be their first step in rebuilding it out in Seattle. So this is a great pickup for them, man. He's going to be a scary football player. You just don't see safeties that size. He's like a small linebacker. Definitely can come up and thump in the box. He can play up in the box as a small linebacker in sub packages. It's also really good in coverage. So there's really nothing this guy can't do. Be interesting to see where he ends up, in the next year or two in his career.
I don't think there's ever been a safety that looks like him. So the Browns pick is in, and the Raiders are on the clock. Yeah, the Browns just picked, and 2 picks later, they're picking again.
Quinshon Judkins, running back, going to the Brownies. Interesting pick.
That is.
Okay, so far for the Browns, they brought in Mason Graham, defensive tackle, Carson Schlesinger, linebacker, and now a running back. Doing a real good job at spreading the ball out, as they say, making sure that they get at least a player on every level of their defense and now on their offense. I think it's a great way to actually go about it. You know, if you look at the levels, you got 3 levels on offense, 3 levels on defense, right? You've got your front line, your linebacker, and your DBs. In a draft, if you're able to capitalize on all 3 levels, that's a great place to be. You know, adding an early draft pick at all 3 levels. So they've now done the back end of the offense. They did the front end of the defense and the middle end of the defense. So maybe now you're looking at them going up to the either offensive line, where I think the Browns needed the most help. I'm a little bit surprised right now, given the fact that their offensive line is, and not only is it not good, but it is extremely old. Their 2 guards are set to make $64 million for this year, because they're going to get paid $29 million this year and like another 30 some odd next year just for being on the roster after June 1st. What in the world are the Browns doing? It doesn't make any sense to me. That, I mean, I love the pick. I think he's a hell of a running back. But why are you not doing anything about your offensive line issues and your cap issues? If they get rid of one or the other, they're going to save $15 to $32 million just by getting rid of their offensive guards as a post June 1st release. They just have too many contracts in cap purgatory, man. It blows my mind.
Some of these teams never, ever learn.
Apparently not.
Browns are going to brown, I guess.
Browns are going to brown. The doo-doo Browns. Still trying to figure out how to fix this thing.
Oh, I thought you had it.
No, I mean, it's working now all of a sudden, but I don't know why it just like keeps turning it off, which that's the problem. It turns it off.
There we go.
There we go. This box was checked, and that's not supposed to be checked. I think I'm good now. Of course, I always say that. Something else happens. Man, I'm exhausted. I need some coffee.
I hear you.
Man, it was a late night last night. We were trying to find food on the way back, and it said that Hardee's was open, and we get there, and of course,
everything
is closed. And then we go sit in Taco Bell's parking lot 7 miles up the road, and then the guy comes out and takes his headset off and says that they're doing takeout orders only. We can order online.
But it's going to take an hour or 2.
What? Since when did Taco Bell start doing online ordering before the people sitting in the line?
Yep.
What does this world come to? And I hate Taco Bell anyway, because it would have just been, either sick to your stomach or heartburn or something.
Well, I can say this. I'm not here to pick on Green Bay's draft. They're doing an excellent job, but the food options within 30, 40 miles of here at late night were very poorly thought out.
Well, and saying 30, 40 miles, I mean, even going out 5 or 10 miles, everything's closed.
Yes.
Oh, no. Jonah's gone.
There goes a guard. I like that for us, though.
Look, I don't like that because Jonah was high on the Lions list.
Oh, okay.
And he was high. That's really early for Jonah. That's a hell of a pick by the Miami Dolphins. I'm not surprised that they went here. As far as, going to offensive line, I guess I'm a little bit surprised that they went this early to a degree. Maybe I'm not as surprised. Let me get my sheet open here to see where I had Jonah exactly going. I want to say I had him going in the second, but I don't remember how early.
So he was the third guard taken so far. There was 2 guards in the first round, and he's the first guard in the second round. So this might be a run on a bunch of offensive guys here, offensive linemen.
So I definitely had Jonah in the second round. I had Gray Zabel obviously going in the first, Dylan Fairchild in the second, and Donovan Jackson, I had him going early second, late first, and Jonah was the next one off the board. So I guess I'm really not surprised given the fact that Miami decided to address their offensive line. I would have expected the Browns to do that, to be honest with you. That would have been a perfect pick for the Browns, not for the Dolphins. But the Dolphins also need some offensive line help. All right, who's up next?
Up next, the Patriots are now on the clock. And then we have the Chicago Bears coming up after them. Who will the Bears take with their second pick?
Trying to get my notes.
Looks like it's working a little better for you.
I'm on my laptop now.
Yeah.
What I don't understand is why the picks are all screwed up in the second round. Seems like they're all over the place.
Well, there was a trade right there in the beginning. Or, 2 trades already. It's quite the ordeal how they fit all these picks together.
We can finally get in somewhere. Oh, maybe not. Every time I open Excel, it crashes. Every time.
So Dan Campbell in the chat has a question for you, Will.
Fire away, because I can't get Excel open right now. I'm just kind of flying blind. I got no notes. I can do it, I guess, from my laptop. But what's the question?
So the question is, are you going to talk to Nick Scorton regardless of where he goes, Will?
Probably. So, the conversation yesterday, which I didn't elaborate on, Nikki Scorton texted me yesterday during the last 2 picks. The pick before the Lions, kind of when the Lions are getting ready to pick. and was asking me, you know, if the Lions are going to be calling, and I said, I'm hoping so. I'm hoping so. I mean, obviously, really excited to see where Nick Scorton goes. And the way that this is going right now, we still have Nick Scorton and Landon Jackson kind of dropping right into the Lions' lap if the Lions end up losing out on some of these guards, if guard's an option. So I'm hoping to get Nick Scorton on the pod and have a good conversation with him. Regardless, man, he's just a humble dude, and I think he'd be a great interview regardless of where he goes.
Yeah.
Even if he's a Bear.
Well,
Trust me, I'll send him a special shirt. It'll say FTB on it. We can all smile and have fun too. See, that's the difference about us adults, right? We can have fun.
if he goes to the Packers, though, I might have to take the day off. Please don't let Nicky Scorton go to the Packers, please.
He might be going to the Patriots right here. So who did it? Excuse me. Who didn't the Patriots pick up yesterday? Going back and looking at their first pick here, Will Campbell. Patriots obviously want to do something on the offensive side of the football here. I don't think they go offensive line again. You could go receiver, could go running back. Defensive side of the football, I mean, I still think an edge makes sense, but probably offensive side of the football for me. Travion Henderson, running back.
Wow.
Nice pick.
Little run on some running backs here. Both Ohio State running backs. I can honestly say I thought there was going to be more edge rushers and defenders going in the top of the second round.
I'll be right back.
So what do you guys think about the Patriots taking Trayvon Henderson? Let's see if I can get this back open. Will making me go solo right now. Be by myself. So JAC says the Pats made a very good pick here. Let's see. Running backs are being valued again. They made running back great again. Laugh out loud, says Dan Campbell. And RP, so any buzz that we are trading up, that's what I'm sure hoping for. I am hoping while Will is gone that I get the notification that the Lions are on the clock. Wouldn't that be cool? So right now the Bears are on the clock, so I don't see us trading with the Bears. And then the Saints pick at number 8, and then number 9 tonight, the Bears pick again. So 2 out of the next 3 picks are the Bears. And we got a little FTB action going on tonight. I'm going to have to make sure here in a little while that once the Lions do pick, I go see if Terrion is hanging around. He's supposed to make his way down to Radio Row tonight. So that would be really, really cool if he can make his way down here. So we have the 28th pick tonight, number 60 overall for the Detroit Lions tonight. And I'm wondering what the Bears are going to do here. So I heard a lot of Bears fans were not happy at the Bears watch party last night when they announced the pick for the Bears. And let's see, the Bears first round, what was his name again? Colston Loveland from the Michigan University of Michigan Wolverines, and I think he's trying to get his Sam Laporta. That's exactly what Ben Johnson wants, is his Sam Laporta type role of a player, and that's what he's trying to get in Loveland. So what do they do here? They want a running back. 2 running backs just went. So both Quinshon Judkins for Ohio State and Travion Henderson both from Ohio State. Both those running backs just went at the back end of the first round. Let's see. They didn't get Genty in the first because Genty went to number 6 to the Raiders, and it looks like the Raiders didn't want to make a deal with the Bears. I wouldn't want to make a deal with the Bears either, right? So let's see. Who else went for running backs yesterday? So then Amarian Hampton went to the Los Angeles Chargers at number 22 last night in the first round. So I don't know what the Bears are going to do here. What do you guys think the Bears should do, or what do you not want to see the Bears do? So right now you're looking at the cornerback. Will Johnson is still available. There's Mike Green is still available. I know a lot of people would be very upset if the Bears took Mike Green right here, and then the Lions have to face him twice a year. Who's the one player you don't want to see twice a year that's available right now in the second round, Will?
For the Bears?
Yeah, for the Bears. Who's the player you don't want them to take?
I gotta look and see who's even on the board.
Oh, okay. Bears picking Shedeur Sanders would be very hilarious, you guys.
Yeah, that's not gonna happen.
I didn't say who's the pick least likely for the Bears to take. I said who's the pick you think the Bears are going to take. The one you don't want to see twice a year. Oh my God, the crowd is going absolutely insane here. Just booing.
So they go on defense. What did they do in the first round? So they went offense.
Yep, with Colston Loveland. They got their Sam Laporta wannabe.
All the running backs have been taken.
Yep.
For the while, not all. I mean, there's still more. Maybe they go. I doubt they go defense. I think Ben Johnson wants his offense. Maybe they take a receiver here.
They do need a wide receiver.
Who was it?
Luther Burden. There we go.
Wow.
Wide receiver.
I didn't expect that receiver. Wow. Damn it.
Yeah, well, he's another short wide receiver. He's 5'11", 205 pounds. Not the big body guy.
Where'd you get this at?
Somebody left it sitting on the table, so I grabbed it. It was sitting over here last night.
I don't need it. I'll just pull something up.
Yeah, that's what I figured. I wonder what I could do. Let's see if we can pull up.
Well, you know what? It's FTB time, so let's go ahead and give out an FTB shirt. FTB all day. Oh, I don't have my book. Let me get my book, and we're gonna be doing FTB drawing.
So I just typed in the best available players left in the draft right now, and it populated me a little list right here. Right now it's saying Will Johnson, Mike Green, Donovan Ezrakow, Darius Alexander, Siobhan Revel, Shedeur Sanders, Elijah Oramami, and then Trey Amos. So let's see. Here ESPN has a little who's best left. So let's see if that'll work. Here we go. Yeah, so Mike Green, Donovan Ezraku, Darius Alexander. That's the top 3 defensive players left on the board at this moment. So up now, right now on the clock are the New Orleans Saints. And it says on the screen that they've missed the playoffs for the 4th straight season. Not too good. And I know they are in cap purgatory. They were way over the cap to start the season. And by March 1st or whatever, they had to get way down and cut a bunch of people. So they're going to have to stack some picks. But it doesn't look like they're trading back. But Tyler Shook is around. They need a quarterback. So I wonder who the best quarterbacks are available. Because I heard today that they're not very high on Shedeur Sanders at the Saints. So what do you guys think? What quarterback are the Saints going to take right here?
All right, who's on the board? Is it Saints still?
Saints. Yep.
So I think that if the Saints are going to go quarterback, man, this is probably the time.
It's Tyler Shook time?
It could be Tyler Shuck time. It could be Shedeur Sanders time. So, David Carr's got what? He's got an arm or shoulder or
Yep. He may not even play this year.
something.
Yep.
I don't know where my other book is. They had everybody else's names in it yesterday?
It's got to be in one of your backpacks.
I hope so.
Your handwriting's like mine.
Wow, this is my combine notes. I was trying to write 1,000,000 miles an hour.
Almost need to dictate it. And if all of you guys didn't hear earlier, the Lions did.
Haha, look at that. Hold
What?
on. Look who's on the very top of my book.
I can't see that.
2025 Combine, number 1, Tyleek Williams.
Hey, there we go.
Just found my Combine book. Tyleek Williams right there, number 1.
Yeah. You sure did.
We don't play around these parts. What do you mean? I struggle with it. Yeah, I always got to tell myself I before E except after C or some shit like that. Yeah. But not with Tyleek. All right, so let's do an FTB shirt. Can you see the chat or no?
I can pull it up. Yep. I got people messaging me about all sorts of stuff right now. Here go the Saints.
Tyler Shuck, there it is.
Tyler Shuck.
Wow, and the slide continues.
Yeah. Oh man, you can hear the people in this room all oohing and ahhing. They all thought it was going to be Sanders.
And I like Tyler Shuck, man.
Now, when we were talking about the quarterbacks, and we went over the quarterbacks that day, I think we did our top 5 quarterbacks. And I was talking about Shedeur Sanders, and I said why I thought he would slip, and I said it was due to the circus around him. It had nothing to do with his on-field stuff or any of that. Now maybe it's coming out a little bit that maybe it's kind of his attitude, allegedly, in some of these interviews. That's what I've been seeing online, is that it was some of the worst interviews that anybody's ever done, allegedly. And I just think it's the circus that comes with the guy, no matter what,
So the one thing that I was hearing, like to your point, right? You've got the circus.
Yeah.
But it's a little bit deeper than that. That Shedeur Sanders allegedly is not that smart.
Oh, really?
Yes, even though he is brought up in a football world, he can do it. He can't communicate it.
Ah.
Does that make sense?
Yep.
So sometimes you know how to do something, but you can't verbalize it, or you can't, put it on a whiteboard, or, draw out the play, which I'm sure you can do a lot of that stuff. But the one rumor that I was hearing is that he was having trouble verbalizing a lot of the calls back, the situations that they were putting him into. And that is, we got to trade.
Yeah.
So if that's the way that it is, I mean, he could slide all the way. He could keep going to the 4th, 5th round. So the Bills are on the clock now.
Yep.
All right, so the Bills, they took Hairston in the first round, I believe.
Yes, the fastest guy there. Well, why does that say Buffalo's on the clock?
There was just a trade.
Oh, with the Bears then. Ah, now it's updated. I just had to update my screen. So it was supposed to be the Bears. So the Bears must have got a nice little bounty there. I wonder what they got for that trade. Because they are no longer in the second round. So they must have got something in the future.
No, the Bears just got burdened, didn't they?
The Bears had 2 picks. So,
Well, they had 39 and 41.
yes. And
Yeah, they traded 41 to the Bills.
to the Bills. Yeah. So I wonder what they got for it. Oh, there it is right there. Let's see.
Wow, they get a second 56. They get a second of 62.
Wow.
And a fourth of 109. That is a hell of a haul, but it looks like a major pick swap.
Yep.
So not much gain. I mean, they gained a little bit. Okay, so FTB time. Just like I said a minute ago, let's do an FTB shirt.
Yeah, that sounds good.
I'm going to pick a number between 1 and 100. 1 and 100. And FTB. Let's do it.
Super chat up here. Yeah, no numbers yet.
What is it?
All right, I don't see anybody.
No numbers?
Nothing. Oh, somebody put a number in already.
All right, here we go. I'm 1 to 100. Go.
All right. Look, there was 3 numbers before we even started.
It's all right. They didn't win so far.
Starts right here.
1 to 100.
See how long it takes. Maybe they'll need a hint tonight. They didn't need any hints last night, I can tell you that. Man, they are going crazy.
You see that? You know what the number was, right?
Yeah, I'm watching for it. Oh, we're so close. Oh, Jesus. They're coming in so fast. Whoa. Oh, I've seen one above it and one below it. Man, this is fun this time. Whoa. So many numbers, I don't even know if it got put in there. Still haven't seen it. Yeah, 10,937 is not a valid number. And once we do have a winner, we may have to go back and look because these people are putting these numbers in so fast.
Oh, that was close.
Yeah. Well, like I said, we've had
Well,
one above.
I think it is just a little bit of a glitch with the internet, and then a bunch of them go in.
Yeah. Oh, man.
Another one that was close.
Twice. You guys have been right above it and right below it.
Oh, wait.
Did you see it?
Hold on. No, false alarm.
I haven't seen it yet. We might need... Oh, the Bills are about to select. Oh, one below it. Oh, there we go. Brent Lighton. Number was 18.
No.
Oh, TJ Sanders just went off the board. Brutal. But we have our defensive tackles.
Oh, TJ is. I love this dude, man.
Yeah.
Not as much as Tyleek, but in my opinion, TJ is more of the Ali McNeil, but in my opinion, he's more of the Aaron Donald. He's Ali McNeil size, but he's got more of that Aaron Donald in him. I think that TJ Sanders might end up being one of the better pass rushing defensive tackles out of this entire draft. So even though that Tyreek has shown that he's got a knack of getting to the football and getting into the backfield, obviously Tyreek is going to be a run stuffer. He's going to be a double team taker. I think TJ is going to get in the backfield more often than a lot of people are giving him credit. The fact that he was taken in the second round, he's got to be pissed. He's got to be pissed. Shedeur Sanders continues to slip. Does he go here for the Jets?
Ooh,
at the next pick here at number 10.
Now, the Jets are one team I think that could take on the circus. They're in New York anyway. And Aaron Glenn is no nonsense, right? He is a coach that is not going to put up with any BS from his dad or him himself. He's just not going to put up with it. So I think this might be a halfway decent fit for them. And then he has, a running quarterback, a very mobile quarterback in Justin Fields to learn from. I think it would be a decent situation for them, and they do need their quarterback of the future. So why not in the second round? Take a risk. Pretty awesome, right? That rock right there is worth about $600.
Why? I see these all the time.
No, you don't. Not like that.
Sure I do.
You think you do.
I got a whole bunch of these.
All right, you bring them in. I'll give you $5 a piece.
You just said those were 600, so I'll take 250. Got a whole bunch of those.
All right.
Picked them up north.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh man. So right now the Jets are on the clock. And this says the Jets need O-line, wide receiver, tight end, and defensive line. Let's see what they took last night because my brain is fried from not much sleep. So let's go back to number 7. They took Armand Membu. So just like Brad Holmes' very first draft and Dan Campbell's very first draft, they took the best offensive lineman, and that's what the Jets did at number 7. I don't remember. Was Penei Sewell number 6 or number 7?
What's that?
Penei Sewell. Was he number 7?
Off the board? Yeah, he was number 7.
Yeah, so Penei Sewell was number 7. Armand Membu, also number 7. Offensive tackle. So there you go. There's a 1-to-1 comparison. He's starting by building in the trenches. So, yeah, they could go just about anywhere here for the Jets in the second round.
Oh man.
And if Shedeur Sanders goes, that'd be 2 Sanders in a row. So do you think his brother Shiloh Sanders will be drafted at all? No.
Nope, I don't think so. Okay, so here's the board. I just pulled it up. So Mike Green slipping, obviously.
Yep.
Shedeur Sanders is slipping. I'm surprised Trey Amos hasn't been picked up yet. What else? I need another. There we go.
Hey, Maureen, that agate is absolutely fantastic. I can't believe someone I've never met in my entire life is a friend of a friend through social media, a super fan, and reached out to me today. It was like, hey, I'm at the draft. I got something for you. Can you come outside? And I went out and I met him and his son, and they gave me that. I could not believe it. I was floored. I told him, you can't give me that. I was like, that's worth too much money. He's like, nope, I want you to have it. I want you to have it. So he wouldn't take no for an answer. So it is going to go on my top shelf. I am never going to sell it. It's going to go in my permanent collection at my house. This thing is awesome. So any of you guys that know agates and gemstones, that's worth a few bucks. All right, we got 121 people watching. We only have 60 likes right now. We need some more likes. Get them up, get the ads off.
All right, New York Jets are on the board, and coming up to make the pick, I can't even see who it is.
Mason Taylor.
Mason
tight
Taylor,
end.
tight end. Good pick.
Yeah, the Jets fan, the Jets guy doing the podcast next to us is going nuts right now. He's loving it. Didn't even think to ask him who they wanted.
Okay, so we've got the 49ers on the clock. I'm still struggling to get all my notes open, but this just blows, man. I don't know why I'm having so much struggles with Bluetooth.
Yeah, I thought I had a lot of troubles with electronics.
I've never had issues with electronics. Like, not like this. This is stupid.
That's how everything goes with me. If I want to fly a drone or get something to connect to my phone, it takes me hours. But
well, normally it works great. I mean, the like the mouse connects to 3 different PCs and makes it easy. The board connects to 3 different PCs. It makes it easy, and I've never struggled. Like, it doesn't have a problem with my laptop. It's having a problem connecting with this new monitor.
Yeah, that's
like it's either the monitor's doing it or all of this interference in here, because it was working when there was nobody in here. So for the San Francisco 49ers, looks like they're coming up to make their pick. I thought their weakest link was the defensive line. I mean, clearly it's the defensive line.
So do you think they take an edge rusher or a defensive tackle?
Well, as soon as I can get back to seeing who's on the board right now, I could tell you, but I can't even do that.
I pulled it up right here.
Yeah, I think it could be Darius Alexander right here.
Oh, Alfred Collins.
Oh, wrong
There you
one.
go.
Alfred Collins.
Yeah.
So Alfred Collins, man, if I get my other notes open, this guy's special.
Yeah, I liked him too. I had the Lions taking him in the second or the third in one of my in my last mock draft.
Let me get to my measurements on this guy, because he was off the charts good. Where's he at?
He's a big dude at 6'6", 332 pounds. He had 34 and 5/8 inch arms and 10-inch hands.
I'm surprised they passed up on Darius Alexander. Why is he slipping right now?
Yep, somebody knows something.
Omar Norman Lott, did he slipping too? He's still not off the board. And the Cowboys already have their pick in. I'm surprised on that too. That's quick.
Yep, really fast.
Unless we're just behind.
Now, earlier today, Jerry Jones, the owner of the Cowboys, said that they do not need to pick a running back or a wide receiver in this draft. If you can believe that.
Right.
Yeah, so you know exactly what he's taking here.
Well, why would he say that?
Who knows?
I mean, you definitely don't wake up and tell everybody what you're going to do.
He does. Jerry Jones, one of the craziest owners in the world. What did he say this morning? Yeah, I have the exact same mouse Will does, and mine is working perfect the whole weekend. Connects right away. I can't find that thing I was reading about Jerry earlier. But Dallas picked super fast. They came on the clock and instantly their pick was in. So they knew who they wanted before all of this. Let's see. This is saying their needs analysis is wide receiver, running back, cornerback, linebacker, and defensive line. Holy moly. They need a lot for the Cowboys. This says, outside of CeeDee Lamb, the Cowboys don't have a consistent threat at wide receiver. They can't afford to stop there on offense. Free agent signees Javonte Williams and Miles Sanders fit as complementary pieces, but Dallas still should be targeting a running back 1 in this year's draft. I think it might be a little too late for that now. But there might be some gems left, though.
Oh, there's definitely a lot of good football players left in this draft. We're just now entering. Well, I mean, the meat of this draft, like I said, 26 to 45. I stretches to 50. It could go all the way to 60. There's some really good football players still left.
Yeah.
Trying to find.
The best running back available is Caleb Johnson from Iowa, according to ESPN. I'm telling you what, I'm starting to think right now that Nick Scorton might be available at number 60.
It's looking that way, and I can't even believe it. If he slips all the way to 60, right now Landon Jackson is slipping. For the Dallas Cowboys, the fact that they've let Rico Dowdle walk in free agency, how could they have not taken a running back? But I think some of the better running backs have already gone. They're out of this draft. So I would say that it's unlikely that they're going to take a running back right now. And then Javonte Williams, who I think they signed him to a 1-year deal. He tore his ACL in 2022. Doesn't seem like he's the same player. You would think that they would need a running back. They also brought in Miles Sanders on a 1-year contract. He hasn't proven to be starting caliber. So they took Tyler Booker in the first round. Who do they pick up now?
Here it is.
And they took Donovan Ezeraku. They took the edge linebacker. This guy's, he's going to be a good one, man. He's got the big, long arms, 6'2.5", 448 pounds. He's polished. He's productive. He's long. He's a pro. That's what the NFL.com site just said. Just look how he just glided right past that tackle if you guys are watching this on TV right now. Phenomenal bend, good body control.
Ooh, nice rip and dip.
Yeah, the spin move. I mean, everything that he does at such a high level. He's fun to watch. I mean, he does get outside of himself at times, and he does give up some space at times. He's going to need, a little bit of polishing like everybody else, but he was one of the first guys that I recognized in this process, and he was probably around those mid-40 picks very early in the process. I had him moving up just outside of day 1 into day 2, but he ended up right where he started, right around pick 45. That's a good pick for the Dallas Cowboys. It's definitely going to be a thorn in the Lions' side as we play the Cowboys again this year, don't we?
At home.
At home, yeah.
Yeah, we finally get them at Ford Field, not in Dallas for one time. I bet you the Lions are favored by 10 in that game.
Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. They're putting together a few pieces there in Dallas. So next up should be the Broncos. Who do we got up? No, we got the Rams. We got the trade.
The Rams from that little trade last night.
So let's see who the Rams took with their first pick.
They did not take a pick yet. This will be the Rams' first pick in the draft.
Oh, that's right. They traded off 26.
Yep.
So the Rams are loading, right? They're loading picks right now. And I think it's because next year Matthew Stafford is probably going to be on his way out. I don't see him playing another season. Maybe he does, maybe he doesn't. But if he doesn't win, anything this year, which he's not going to because the Lions are, I think Stafford's on his way out. And I think that they're looking to load up on a quarterback next year in the draft. They just added another first-round pick to find his eventual replacement, which would be next year. So who's that, Jalen Ramsey?
That's Jonathan Taylor. Getting the Colts pick here.
I thought we had the Rams on the board.
The Rams are on the clock right now.
Okay, so it's the Colts up for pick.
Yep.
Well, they took Tyler Warren. No, who did they take in the first round? Tyler Warren, right?
Yep.
I think they're going to go defense. Oh, God, there he goes.
Here go the edge class.
Oh, this is the guy that I really love for the Detroit Lions. This guy's going to be amazing at the next level. I need my notes on this guy. I can't get my Excel open.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, if I can't get it open, that's where all my notes are. Every time I open it, it freezes. Let me open it here. It is open here.
This might be where all of these edge rushers start coming off the board.
So JTT out of Ohio State, 10.5 inch hands. I mean, he rated elite on my score sheet. He was great, which is obviously better than average. On height, 6'4.5", 265 pounds, 33 and 3/4 inch arms. 82 and 3/8 inch wingspan, which was good for an elite grade on his APE index, which was 1.08. Now, we didn't get to see the rest of his agility scores as far as 40, broad, vertical, or anything like that, but I did watch him at the Combine, and I wish I had my Combine notes with me. I only have this sheet where I was filling in who I liked. But JT, he just moved differently, man. The way that he was able to have great bend and flexion around on that, they call it the hoop drill. So the hoop drills where they run around like a figure eight and they pick up like this, I don't know, looks like a sock. Yes. And then they go around the other side, they drop it, and then they pick up the other one and they go back around. He was able to bend and get through that figure eight without losing a step. He just looks so smooth, so quick. He was able to stay down. Really, really fun to watch throughout all of the drills that day and day one. So who do we have left for edge rushers right now?
Right here. We have Mike Green, Jordan Birch, that name I can't say, Olufemi Oladejo.
Oh yeah, Olufemi Oladejo.
Nick Scorton, Landon Jackson.
So I think this is, very similar to what we were talking about early, in March, is this draft was going to be a day 2 draft for a lot of great value for edge rushers. There was going to be a stack of them, just like there was a log jam at the end of the first round. This is the meat of the draft. At pick 46 to 50, this is, in my opinion, this is where you're probably going to get a run, probably on edge position right now, and then it's going to be gone. So are the Detroit Lions looking to move up right now, and do they have a chance to move up? which team gives them an option to move up right now? How many picks do the Raiders have? And I think the Broncos might have been a good team to trade with. At pick 20, I think is where they picked in the first round, or where they would have picked.
Yeah. I'll be right back in a few minutes.
All right. So, taking a look at. See that. Just wind it down a little bit so I can see. There we go. So, taking a look at who's in front of the Lions here. So, you've got the Raiders at 48, you've got the Bengals at 49, Seahawks at 50, Broncos at 51, Tennessee Titans at 52, Bucks at 53, Packers at 54, and the Bolts at 55. And it looks like the Rams have put their pick in. So just taking a look at the Rams right now, they have pick 37 and then 68. Would the Lions be able to somehow finagle pick 37? Doubtful. Not with pick 60, but then that would give the Raiders 60 and 68. Lions to take 37. You would probably have to give up at least a fourth-round pick to probably do that, which would be next year. The Lions do not have a fourth-round pick this year. Chargers, they got a ton of back-end picks just like the Raiders do. They're picking at 55. That doesn't make a ton of sense for the Lions other than moving up 5 spots. You could probably get away with giving a 6th-round pick to do that. Maybe it would take a 5th-round pick next year, but I don't think it would be a ton more. And then after that, you've got, let's see, the Bengals. Let me take a look at the Bengals. So Bengals kind of light on picks. They don't have a 2nd-round pick this year, but picking at pick 49 and then 81, that is another team that could make some sense. I think the Rams are going to probably go offensive line here. Tight end Terrence Ferguson. Interesting. I don't know much about Terrence Ferguson. Honestly, didn't watch a whole lot of his tape. Looks a little bit slow off his release, just watching some of the highlights that they're showing now, but looks like he's got really good sure hands, good at the catch point, just off the very limited of the 3 highlights that I just watched. All right, so RP wants Scorton, but the more I say it, the less likely it is to happen. Kevin Barr says, Mike Green is still available. Who would have thought? Kevin, you know who would have thought. This guy. I told you Mike Green wasn't the guy. I said he wasn't going to get picked in the first round. There was something going on, and clearly there's something going on, and I think that that's more of a legal issue than it is his ability. I think that whatever he's got going on behind the scenes is a problem. Okay, so right now, pick is in for Arizona. Next up is the Raiders. Oh, there goes your Will Johnson off the board to Arizona. About time he landed somewhere. I really don't have a ton about Will Johnson other than his injuries, his knee that's pretty tore up. Obviously, there's a lot of teams that are worried about it. Will Johnson's going to probably put that chip right on his shoulder and see what he can do, but only time will tell just how good or bad of a decision this will be for the Arizona Cardinals. And my God, could they use some cornerback help? All right, next up is the Raiders. So the Raiders recorded the worst PFF rushing grade and the worst PFF coverage grade last season. The Raiders addressed, obviously the rushing with Ashton Gianti. Desperately need to attack the coverage probably on day 2, which would sound like a corner. And it was expected that Will Johnson might land there. And since he is gone, wait. We just got a trade. Texans just moved up. Raiders moved back, so the Raiders were an opportunity for the Lions to move up if they wanted to. I'm not sure where this puts the Raiders now. I think it drops them all the way back to pick 81. So the Lions definitely could have taken an opportunity to move up right here. Texans receive the second-round pick, and the Raiders receive 58, which I don't see 58 on their board. So I'm not sure where they got 58 from. So before the Lions pick, we are going to make sure that we get out another Aiden Hutchinson jersey giveaway. Let's make sure we get all those likes up, get this stream shared, get it out to your friends, let them know we've got raffles over at buymeacoffee.com/Rockdown. Given all these issues that I'm having, I'm probably going to do the raffles when I get home. Obviously, they're not going anywhere, but we will get them done when we get back, and we'll just do a special stream for raffles, just like we did last year. We did a special stream, but we'll do all the giveaways during the stream. Houston Texans, I think that their most important need is still offensive line right now. They did not make a selection in the first round after trading down with the Giants. Houston now has 5 picks on day 2. I think that you have to solidify your offensive line to give C.J. Stroud a little bit more time. Entering free agency, the Texans had major problems along their interior offensive line, but at least they had one of the NFL's best pass protectors in Laramie Tunsil at left tackle. So after trading Tunsil to the Washington Commanders, the Texans are kind of left without nothing, right? I think that offensive line is going to be the pick here for the Texans. There's no way to slim that down. I can't. There's no way to see who's even left on the board. Okay, so I'm surprised Elijah Aurora has slipped.
So Will Johnson just got
Yeah.
picked a couple picks ago.
Yep.
And they said that 10 minutes prior to his interview back here, they're going to give us notice.
He's still here?
Yeah. And so was Jaden or Milrow.
Yeah, I didn't realize Will Johnson was still here.
Yep, him and Milrow are still here, and they said after they get done with all the stuff up front, they will be back here, and they'll give us 10 minutes notice.
I would really be surprised if they didn't go offensive line, but man, the more I keep looking at this, there's not a whole lot of offensive linemen other than Ariante Ursi. This, there it is. The guy I just called.
Yeah,
He's like the only one left, man.
yeah.
Really love this kid's workout. This dude is huge. Man, on my board, Ariante Ursi was. I can slim this puppy down. Ariante Ursi, he was pretty high up there for me. I want to say he was like the 4th or 5th. Where's my big board at? Struggle bus.
That seems to be the theme. Pop in the chat for a second here. Did you do another number game while I was gone?
No. But we're gonna do
We got people putting 48 a bunch of times in the chat.
Oh, they gotta wait, man. I don't know what they're doing, but they gotta wait.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do an Aiden jersey.
Yeah, there we go. So what do you guys think about Aiden getting the 5th-year option today along with JMO? What do you guys in the chat think?
Well, I think that they're all gonna say, "Damn it, Will, you told us he was gonna get the 5th and he wasn't gonna get extended. Damn it, Will, how did you know that?" Because I've been telling y'all, they still need to make sure that Aiden is okay.
Yep.
Right? He's been running around. That's great. They got to see this dude on the field. They have to. And I think once they do, and I think Aiden's probably going to play ball too. Look, I'm going to give Aiden the benefit of the doubt. I think that Aiden's going to play ball. Well, Demetrius Knight, one of the better linebackers going off the board. So back to what I was talking about with Ursi. He ranked 34. He was a 34 on my board. The number one ranked tackle on my board was Armand Membu. He was ranked at a 42. Donovan Jackson, even though I had him as a guard, he was a 36. Jonah Savane was a 35. Carson Vinson and Calvin Banks, 35 and 34. So I had Calvin Banks, Anthony Belton, Josh Connerly, and Ariante Ursery all ranked at a 34. So he would have been the 4th rated or 5th rated tackle on my big board, number 9 overall as far as score. Great pick for the team before them. Bengals taking Knight. This guy's going to be one of the most athletic linebackers or off-ball linebackers, edge rushers in the game, depending on how they utilize him. Clearly, by the way that the Bengals are loading up on defensive help, well, why are they doing it, Eric? They're loading up because, well, Trey Hendrickson doesn't have a deal, and they're not going to pay him. I don't think that they're going to pay him. Or they could pay him because they're going to have 2 young guys. They're going to do exactly what I think the Lions should have done, which is grab a couple of edge rushers, or at least one, to be able to backfill that contract. So if they're going to pay him, now they've got 2 guys that are young enough to help facilitate, that contract from not blowing up in their face. over the next couple of years. So good pick for the Bengals, man. I think that they're loading up on defense, doing it the right way.
We had a $2 super chat from J-Rod. He says, happy draft day number 2. Have a great night, everyone.
All right, so we got a little bit of a commercial. Why don't we get to an Aiden
There we go.
jersey giveaway. Don't put anything in the chat until I tell you to, please.
And Mushy Musher gives us a $2 super chat. Right on. Got 124 people watching right now, according to my little thing. Oh, 140 watching. And let's see. What do we got for likes? Let's see if we got there yet. 84 likes, so we did get above 75.
Okay, Aiden jersey number 2 that's going to be going out today. And how are we going to do it? We're just going to have to do numbers still, yeah?
Sure.
We're going to do numbers still. So we're going to do numbers 50 through 150. So 50 through 150. And I've got my numbers, so go. 50 through 150.
Yeah, I see it there. This one's going to be hard. This is going to take a while. Who wants that Hutch jersey? There, the numbers are starting to come in. Oh my God.
Wow, somebody got it that quick.
Will Carter. That was fast. How are you guys mentally using telepathy through the internet into Will's brain? He writes down a number. I look at it. I think they're using an AI camera somewhere in the place. You know, like something off CSI or something.
Look at all those numbers go, and it's like
the 4th or 5th number.
the dude got it right away. So what was his name?
His name is Will Carter.
All right, so Will Carter, I haven't heard of your name before in the chat, so what you need to do is take this email down, mailbag at rockdown.com. That is mailbag at ROCKEDON.com. Mailbag at rockdown.com. We'll also, can you throw it in the chat too? Mailbag at rockdown.com.
I'll put it in there.
So make sure you email me, Aiden Jersey, winner, in the subject line, and then I'll get back in contact with you next week.
Now, is there a certain color they're getting?
They get to pick it.
Oh, really? Any of the colors?
Yep.
And the Seahawks are coming up for their next pick. And the Broncos are now on the clock. Oh, they got Sean Alexander up there giving the pick today. His kid looks awful shy.
They double down on corner. Tight end.
Ah, tight end.
Nice pick, man. I like Elijah. I'm surprised that Harold Fannon's still on the board. All right, who's up next? Panthers?
The Panthers.
Panthers are on the clock.
Panthers pick is in already. Oh, no, it just changed, so they're on the clock.
Let's see here.
What are the Panthers looking for? This says cornerback, wide receiver, and defensive line. And I don't remember who they took in the first
All right,
round.
so they're looking for an edge potentially here in the second. They addressed defensive tackle. They addressed the defensive tackle spot next to Derek Brown when they signed Bobby Brown and Tershawn Wharton in the offseason. So probably good at defensive tackle. They still haven't figured out a way to replace Bryant Burns along the edge. So Jadeveon Clowney's a solid starting option, right? Let's see. They've already got a wide receiver for Bryce Young and Tedoroya McMillan. I think that they're probably going to go edge here. Who's on the board for edge?
Let's see. Edge so far, we have Jordan Birch. You have Olafemi.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have Nick Scorton, Landon Jackson. And that's all I got right now on the top 25 that are left. So we're getting close.
Yeah, I think they go edge.
Oh, no.
There he goes.
Boo. Congratulations, Nick Scorton.
Man.
Sorry you couldn't
great
be
work,
aligned.
Nick. Congratulations. Let me text his pops real quick.
Yeah. Yeah. Uh-oh. I missed a super chat in the run of numbers. Let me go back. I'll try to find it, RP. See if I can find it here. Oh, man, was there a run of numbers. Yeah, it came in super fast. So, RP gave a $5 super chat and says, thanks for the jersey last night. Much love to the Rocked On family. One pride. And thank you, RP. Thanks for making me go up there and look at that. No sense in moving up now. And come on, Will, just tell us who the Lions are going to pick at number 60. Well, you got to remember, Landon Jackson is still hanging around. Let's see. Wish you could just do this by edge rusher.
Yeah, so big ups to Nick Scorton, Nikki Scorton, obviously the old Scorton family. What pleasant family to be around at the Combine. Great conversation. He's going to do well in Carolina. I think that he's obviously going to be, a big part of that defense moving forward. They got a good one, and I'll tell you what, they screwed up, man. A lot of teams passed on what is going to end up being one of the better edge rushers and run defenders in the game.
Man, the Titans are up already. 8 more picks to the Lions.
Oh, there goes Elo Oladejo.
Yeah.
Is Josiah Stewart still on the board?
Yes.
Okay. So Josiah Stewart, he was someone that I expected to be possibly in the 3rd round. Oladejo, I had him at the early part of the 3rd round. He goes later, later 2/3 of the round 2. Both of those guys, I see Josiah Stewart being more of a 3-4 outside linebacker type of a football player, but his weight, he could be up on the line. I love Oladejo. I was high on him on the, I think it was a Shrine Bowl, or maybe it was a Reese's Bowl that we caught him, that we were watching him live, but definitely wasn't high on him early in this draft. So who do we have left on for edge right now?
Let's see. Edge. We have Jordan Birch. That's a name that I didn't hear a whole lot going through all this. You have Landon Jackson is left. Landon was my pick. That's the kid that I said this morning on Facebook. That's the one I wanted to land, him or Nick Scorton. Oh, let's see. Yeah, so right now Landon Jackson is basically, him and Jordan Birch are the only 2 edge in the top 25 right now. And then at number 26 is Josiah Stewart. And then Braden Swinson at number 31 from LSU. And Princely, that's a name we've heard a bunch from Ole Miss. He's at 38. So there are still some edges left. Just depends on what flavor Brad wants to go with. Savion Jones is still there from LSU. But those are guys we thought were going to go in the 3rd or 4th round, not the 2nd round. So
Is Alec Io Minor still on the board?
I have not seen his name.
So I didn't see the Lions taking a wide receiver unless they got Matthew Golden.
Oh,
Their next option was going to be at the end of the 2nd, or where they could possibly take Io Minor if they're still looking for a wide receiver. Otherwise, offensive line-wise, I think that you could see Dylan Fairchild or Tate Ratledge pop off at the end of the 2nd round for the Lions.
so there are quite a few wide receivers still.
Yeah, there's a ton.
Yeah.
Harold Fannin, the tight end, I believe that he has not been picked yet. You could definitely see the Lions dipping for a tight end here. Again, that wouldn't be my play, but I'm just saying it's a possibility. And these are the names that I would expect at pick 60. On the defensive side of the football, so Kenneth is gone. We took Tyleek. Harmon's gone. Alexander's still on the board, correct?
What position?
Darius Alexander.
I think you might be gone.
Darius Alexander shouldn't be gone. I don't want to go up.
Oh, there he is from Toledo, defensive tackle.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just didn't know what position he was.
So you still have Mike Green, Jack Sawyer. Remember when I said Jack Sawyer was going to slip well into the 2nd round, possibly the 3rd round? I think that he ends up as a 3-4 inside linebacker.
Right now, ESPN has Jack Sawyer listed as the 10th best edge rusher. And then at number 13 from Alabama, there's Quay Robinson. And I know the Lions talked to him. And I do believe the Lions talked to Jack Sawyer as well.
Yeah, they did. Why'd
your monitor go dark all of a sudden?
Yeah, that was weird.
Strange. We have more gremlins keeping going, but we're going to keep going right along with them. So here's where I think maybe a Mike Green type player might go. Tampa Bay. And then you got the old Green Bay Packers coming on the clock after them. Wow. The Bears pick at number 24. It's number 56. Has went from Minnesota to Houston to Buffalo to Chicago. That pick has been traded 3 times to 4 different teams.
Okay, so I'm going to run through this one more time. If these guys make it to the Detroit Lions at pick 60, it could be Kobe King, linebacker, Penn State.
Ah, that's a name we haven't heard.
All right,
Oh,
that helps the Lions. So here we go. It could be Kobe King, linebacker out of Penn State. That could be a little bit of a reach. He might be available in the 3rd, just not late in the 3rd. Cornerbacks, since they just were talking about corners, the Lions still have the pick of the litter. Azariah Thomas is still there. I think that would be a hell of a wasted pick when he's coming off of an injury. Darian Porter, I mean, if you have him in the 2nd round, he could be there. So I'm going to highlight both of those corners as the only options that I would take. Kobe King, again, he's the only linebacker option that I would take. Jack Sawyer. Mike Green, I don't think becomes a Lion. Savion Jones and Josiah Stewart. Those are all options at pick 60 for the Detroit Lions. Defensive line, I don't see the Lions doing it again. But if they did, Darius Alexander or C.J. West are going to be the two football players that could come off the board. Offensive side of the football, I'm going to run down one more time. Dylan Fairchild, Anthony Belton, Charles Grant would be a big reach. So I think it would be Dylan Fairchild, Anthony Belton, or Tate Ratledge for the Detroit Lions at 60. Alec Imanor, Pat Bryant, I think would be a giant reach, but again, he could be somebody that the Lions love just too much and take him at the end of the second round. No running backs. Only one tight end makes sense here. That's Harold Fannin.
Yeah, let's see who the Green Bay Packers pick here.
And outside of that, it would be Jalen Milroe, quarterback. Oh, yeah, Brent. I don't think that Pat Bryant would be a reach at 130 at all, but definitely a reach at 60. I mean, so far, I've been pretty solid on all these picks. Yeah, Kroby King at 60, Craig. Yeah, I think it would be a giant reach, too.
Who?
Anthony Belton, the guy that I was just talking about.
Oh, okay.
But he becomes a Packer, not a Lion. And you know what's crazy is Anthony Belton was not. He's right here on my list for a second-round pick. He is not someone that I had before Dylan Fairchild. And definitely, well, I guess as a tackle, he's ahead of Tate Ratledge, but this is a monster of a man. Really loved his tape. Really loved his tape. Matter of fact, if we go to my big board and look at the measurements, I think that Belton was one of the better. Let's see where he's at. Anthony Belton rated a 34, which is pretty good. And then remember, this is just my board, but let's see what he had for. Let's see what he had for elites. Wow. So Belton looks like he's 6'6", 336 pounds, 10 and a quarter inch hands, 33.98 inch arms. I have to call it 34 inch arms. Ape index of 1.07. And look, he's got a terrible 40, but I mean, it's not. I mean, he's an offensive lineman, right? He ran a 5.26, 1.82 split, which was average, 29.5 inch vertical, which is average, and a 107 broad, which was average. So he is pretty average on the agility side, but he was above average into the elite section on the measurement side. Bolts are coming up now.
I like what RP has to say in here. In order to keep my pants up, I need a belt on.
Oh, Jesus. That's funny. Man, we are getting so close.
Yeah, Trey Harris, wide receiver.
Wow. So, again, look, the Lions are in a tough position again. This is exactly what happened in the first round, where we had, again, another log jam of potential options for edge. So could you run through the list of edge rushers that we now have available with the last 4 picks? And the Detroit Lions will be picking. So they just picked 55, right? So 6, 7, 8, 9. You've got 4 more picks between now and the Lions.
Mike Green from Marshall is still available.
That's 1.
Jordan Birch from
That's
Oregon.
2.
Landon Jackson.
That's 3.
My personal favorite. And Josiah Stewart.
That's 4.
Brandon Swinson from LSU.
I don't like him.
No, Princely.
Princely, I do like him.
There you go.
I just don't know that.
Savion
I just don't know that I like him at 60.
Then you got Savion Jones and Jack Sawyer.
Okay, so Jack could be a second-round pick, but he wouldn't be my second-round pick.
And hey, the Lions talked to Jack Sawyer. Maybe they fell in love with him. You know.
See, I view Jack just like he would be like another Jack Campbell.
Yeah.
I think that he'd be a better linebacker than, as a run-stuffing linebacker than he would as a defensive end. I mean, I could not imagine having 2 T-Rexes out there on the edge.
I'm going to tell you something right now. If Mike Green is available at 60 and the Lions do not take him, let's say we take a wide receiver or an offensive guard or something, the Lions fans, the majority of Lions fans are going to lose their
If what happens?
If we don't take Mike Green and he's available at 60.
Mike Green's got problems. We don't want Mike Green.
Well, I know, but Lions fans in general are going to lose it.
Well, they can lose it all they want. So there's a certain faction of this fan base that'll just take anybody. I mean, it's like going to the bar to find your wife. Probably not a good place to do that.
Lions are 57.
Just saying.
Lions just traded up to 57.
We got a trade.
Who was on 57? That's them there, the Broncos. So
Who said we had a trade?
That's what they're saying in the chat right here. Lions are 57.
I see the pick is in for the Bears and the Broncos are on the clock.
Yeah. Still not seeing anything yet. Where are these guys seeing this already?
Dose, do you see the Lions moved up to 5-7? Did they? I still don't see it. It says the pick is in for the Bears.
Oh, on the bottom there. See it?
No, I still don't see it.
See it where it says next on the bottom? It says Detroit. Detroit and then Las Vegas.
Okay, that's too small for me.
Yeah.
Okay, so they must love somebody. Who's it going to be?
Landon Jackson.
Hey, I think it would be Landon over Jack. What do you think?
Landon Jackson, my pick from this morning.
Really?
Yeah. Who's Brady Swinson?
I like Josiah too as a linebacker though. Outside linebacker. Brady Swinson, let's bring him up.
Yeah. That's not a name I'm totally familiar with. I can't remember everybody's name.
Brady Swinson, LSU, 6'4", 33 3/8 arms, 255 pounds, 9 7/8 hands. So projected to be an eventual plus starter. We don't have any testing scores for him.
Do we know if he met with the Lions?
Now, yeah, he did. But actually, let me double check that.
Ooh, I like all the Landon Jacksons that are coming up here.
I like the Landon Jackson. Landon Jackson's been high on both of our lists for a while.
Craig, what am I saying with you? Landon Jackson? That is what I'm saying. I've been preaching for that kid from day one. And this morning
and
on
Nick.
Those
are your
Nick,
2 picks.
That was my 2 guys. I wanted one of those 2. And Nick went to the Panthers, darn it. So I have to hope that I get Landon Jackson. It's going to be Landon Jackson, I'm telling you right now.
We didn't meet with Brady. It's not reported.
Huh? I do too, but
we didn't meet with Brady.
Brady Swinson we didn't meet with.
I mean, there is always 1 or 2.
Yeah. So we're talking with Dion over here at the next table next to us.
So here's what we traded. The
Lions
received pick 57 and 230 in exchange for 60 and 130. That's a lot.
Oh,
that's a lot.
We lost our 4th rounder.
We lost a 4th round pick to move up 3 spots. You've got to be kidding me. Brad, what are you doing?
Landon Jackson. That's the only person I can think of.
Well, hold on here. You got to remember what I said. If the Lions end up with 3 really good football players out of this draft, I think we're okay. But you just gave up a 4th round pick to move up 3 spots?
Yeah.
You've got to be kidding me. You couldn't wait 3 picks to get whomever you're getting? That's like the last pick of our day, isn't it?
For today, no, we get 2 picks today. 2 picks today, second and third round. We have a third rounder.
Oh, that's right. We got 102.
Yes. Now,
Oh, boy.
That'll give us 3 7th-round picks. Correct?
You do what?
Wouldn't that give us 3 7th-round picks?
I probably. Honestly, I don't know right now.
Will is not happy.
How the hell do you give up a 4th-round pick to move up 3 spots?
In the second round.
See, that kind of stuff pisses me off, but this is Brad Holmes. He does Brad Holmes things.
So the Bears are picking, and the fans are not happy.
So this is typical Brad MO. Brad is looking at, probably 3 players. He probably doesn't like this draft, probably doesn't have a whole lot of high, high value on any of these guys right now. Oh, wow. Wow.
I love it. Yeah, give him thumbs up, Ben. Don't be giving him thumbs down. Who is this guy?
So I don't know what this guy's saying, but you know what I've been saying all draft long? There's been a name. If the Lions pass on an edge rusher here, I'm not surprised. If I look at my board, who have I been saying this whole time? If there's a guard that was still here that they literally gave up multiple picks for, I'm gonna be pissed. But I wouldn't be surprised.
Tackle Ozzy Trapillo.
Just look. No, look. They met with 17 defensive linemen, right? They got their defensive linemen. They met. Who was the second most players they met with? Well, it definitely was an offensive line, right? So there's very limited offensive linemen that they like. Dylan Fairchild, Charles Grant were the only 2 that made sense in the second round. Alec Imanor, they might think that they can get him in the 3rd. And maybe the way that this board's going, they might think that they can get an edge rusher in the 3rd.
Possibly.
I'm going Tate Ratledge.
Really?
Yep, I think that Brad's going to do what Brad's going to do, and the meltdown is going to happen. I'm going guard.
He's saying Tate Ratledge. I'm saying Landon Jackson. I put my cards on the table. I've been wrong every time.
Pick is in.
I'm wrong more often than I am right. So
There's really nobody left, and see that's the thing with these guards and tackles. They've all come off. You can't take a tackle right here. What other tackle are you going to take? Jonah's gone. Jonah's the guy that I think that would have been a perfect fit. Charles Grant.
Guys? Where's Terrion?
I don't know.
Terrion Arnold was supposed to be doing all our picks today.
Not sure. Not sure what happened. Did he get sick or something?
I don't know.
All right, so let's try to think this through here. So Eric, you've got what happened to all my color-coded stuff here? Okay, so Dylan Fairchild, he's available. Yep. Tate Ratledge, he's available. Charles Grant, he's available. When I look at those, Tate Ratledge is the only guy that I thought that was extremely high on this list. When I go back and look at my big board for the Detroit Lions, Tate Ratledge is probably the highest mocked guy left on my board. Where is it? Where's my big board at? Yeah, look over here. Tate Ratledge is number 2 on my board for the top guards. All of these other guys are gone. If his board looks anything similar to mine, it's Tate Ratledge.
Yeah. I have a feeling you're correct.
And then, I mean, after that, I think that what it's looking like right now, there's all the other guys. What it's looking like is these edge rushers are dropping. They might get a Mike Green later on.
Here it is.
Can't hear him.
Tate Ratledge. There
Who
he
was
went. Tate Ratledge.
Wow, he did take Tate. He's got to be the highest guard in the draft. Still available here in the second round. Tate Ratledge is now a Detroit Lion. Congratulations, Tate Ratledge, man. That's just it's just telling you how comfortable Brad is with this defensive line. And I think that this draft is probably working in his favor to where he's expecting some sort of an edge rusher to be available later on in this third round. Giving up the 4th round pick for a guard when you have Giovanni Manu, when you have Christian Mahogany,
Yep.
and you have Graham Glasgow. What are we thinking here?
I don't know. I'm kind of at a loss. I knew we needed a guard, but I was thinking guard in the 3rd. In the 3rd or the 4th. Well, they're showing them all celebrating back at Lions.
I mean, they've got to be happy about Tate. He's got a nasty mean streak. Let me get some notes up on Tate Ratledge here. This guy's going to be a run setter, man. He's going to be able to open up some holes in this zone scheme. Just look at him. Let's look at this monster.
Yeah, he's a big dude.
I just love the mullet. Love it.
You know, one thing we got to remember, we only have so many picks, and
We only have so many spots on this team.
yeah, only so many spots.
All right, so Tate Ratledge, when I took a look at him, I mean, he had a perfect zone block run grade at 71.4. Not perfect, a little under perfect, but run block grade 74.7. Pass block grade is a little light at 77.3. But the big one here is the gap grade, Eric. If you can see, it's at the very, very top, which means he's in like the 95th percentile of all guards in this class. I mean, he had exceptional grades every single year. He got better and better every single year. Right guard. He is a right guard. That's probably where he's going to start, is at right guard. So I think this could mean that Graham Glasgow, he's either got a big challenge ahead of him here, you know, heading into training camp, meaning that this position is up for grabs, or Graham Glasgow could potentially, be traded. He could be released. He could just be a backup. We don't know. Or maybe he goes back to the left side. He did not have a good, year last year on the left side. I guess it's all open, right? It's open competition for 2025 for your Detroit Lions. Looking at a first look by PFF, 6'6", 320 pounds. He's a senior, so he's a little bit more mature, ready to go at age 24. He's a little bit older compared to some of the other guards and tackles in this class. He isn't the most dynamic athlete, again, according to PFF, but he is solid pass blocking techniques. He is a downhill power blocker in the run game. Give him a chance to be a starter in the NFL, which is what he's going to get. He's going to get a chance. Ratledge has been a 3-year starter at right guard for Georgia, Bama. That's where Brad does his work, man. He loves those two schools, including, the 3 years starting there. He also was part of the national championship run in 2022. He did deal with some injury in 24. It could be why maybe he lasted this long in the draft, but he only allowed 7 pressures and 1 sack across 300 opportunities. Who does that remind you of? Remember Taylor Decker when he was coming out of OSU? He did not allow a sack in 2 years.
Yep.
So, that's a good it's a good pickup by the Detroit Lions. It's another on target Rocks lock for the NFL draft. So we've got to give something out now, which is going to be a grab bag giveaway.
And Brad is definitely building through the trenches, taking an offensive lineman and a defensive tackle. I mean, 2 in a row, both sides of the ball.
Anyone doing the meltdown watch for us? I'd love to know how the meltdown's going.
Oh, yeah. People are melting down.
Oh, I'm sure our people are melting down.
Oh,
or
yes. Even Jay Cruisen got timed out.
Oh, no, don't have to time anybody out. It's all good. Let people just vent. It's all good. There's some emotions going on today. I guarantee it.
Yeah.
Of course, I don't know what anyone's saying because I can't see it. But
yeah.
What do you think?
Yeah. What do you guys think? Oh man, I'm just going. What? Yeah, Motown Mitch was not happy either.
No, go ahead, read some comments.
Well,
give me 2 seconds. I'll be right back.
Motown Mitch said some stuff I can't say on air, and Craig Hogg says, I am melting down, Will. Bo Booth, Tate Ratledge, very interesting. Welcome, Tate Ratledge. He isn't drafting an edge because of a certain YouTuber. I wonder who I wonder who Attila's talking about there. Oh boy, I can hear the meltdown already from Kevin Barr. What the H? This means Cody is gone. I don't know who Cody is.
Oh yeah, Colby.
Oh, Colby Sorsdahl? I think he was gone already.
No, he's still there.
Is he still on the team? Yeah, he's not going to be around very much longer. Let's see. They're thinking they want to keep Goff off his ass. Well, yeah, that's probably a good idea. I'm reading comments right now. Yeah. Yep.
That's what I'm wondering is if these guys are slipping, is Brad now going to move up into the third and strike right now? Yeah. How do you give up a 4?
We got a bunch of 7s. And a 6th.
He was my second highest rated guard in the game. In the game. Or in the draft, I mean.
Yeah, and just like I said yesterday, taking a defensive tackle and an offensive guard, these are not the sexy picks. These are not the fun picks. These are the team building picks. These are the picks that keep your team successful for a long time. This is something that the Steelers have been good at, something the Packers have been good at, something the good teams like the Chiefs have been good at, the Philadelphia Eagles have been good at. You build through the trenches, and you don't just always go for the fancy, sexy picks, the guys that catch the ball or throw the ball, and the guys that get the sacks. So,
in an edge rusher heavy draft.
Yeah, we're taking everything else.
We're taking everything else. I just think it's look, I told you guys I wasn't surprised. I really thought that we were going to get an edge in this class to be able to backfill Aiden's contract, and they'll find somebody. They will. They'll find somebody. It's just not. It's not going to be one of these guys that are. Am I even being broadcast right now? Because I can't hear myself.
Yeah, you are.
I don't hear anything.
I can hear you.
I hear nothing.
You must have unplugged your ears when you were moving stuff back there. Did your cable get unplugged or something?
Nope.
You're not muted. I can hear you. Did your volume get turned down or something?
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, there we go.
Hit a button.
I must have hit a button, and I don't know why that button would hurt me, but whatever. So, well, like I was saying, we'll still find somebody to shore up the other side at some point. But I think that this Does he not want to add competition to Aiden Hutchinson? Does he not want Aiden Hutchinson to have competition? Because if that guy has an amazing year, then people are going to start looking at it like,
Yeah, I don't think he would think that way.
well, why not? What if this guy comes in and has 10 sacks and Aiden has 4? And you paid Aiden $160 million. Well, then what? What do you do?
Yeah. Well, we don't have to make that decision for a while.
Well, they don't have to make it for at least this year and next year if they don't want to.
Yes.
If they don't want to. That doesn't mean it's going to be the case. It doesn't mean that they don't have their eyes on somebody next year. It doesn't mean that they don't have their eyes on some potential cuts this summer.
Yeah. And you got to remember, you still got some guys that are dropping here that are edge rushers. Listen, I know Mike Green is a head case, but listen, he led college football in sacks with 17 in 2024. What if Brad thinks he can pick someone like that in the 3rd round because he knows he's dropping, and if he falls all the way to him, he can take him in the 3rd?
Oh, wait, Jennifer Steen might have just hit it right on the head.
Oh, Zadarius coming
Is
back.
there a play that Z is already locked up?
Nah, maybe.
Is Zadarius Smith going to be back with the Detroit Lions, and we're going ahead and passing on all of these guys for this season? That's a good point. That's a great point. I didn't think about that. We've talked about Zadarius Smith having the handshake deal. Maybe there's a little bit more weight now that the Lions are passing on all these edge rushers. I still think we get one in this draft.
Yeah.
But we did not reach out and grab a top-end guy. It's interesting.
Yep.
Interesting. I haven't done any work on this mic. Can they hear me through this mic?
Nope, that mic, nothing.
All right, we got.
There you go. No, I hear you just fine. Sounds good too. I wonder how many picks we missed here. Let me see. Oh, so Jack Beck, the wide receiver from TCU, went after Tate Ratledge to the Lions. Now the Ravens are selecting Mike Green. Oh, 1 pick later. Oh, my God. Let the meltdown begin.
Look, I never wanted Mike Green, so I'm good with that. I think that Mike Green would have been a problem for us. Yeah, you can still hear it, right?
Yeah, a little closer or turn it up a little bit.
How does this mic sound compared to the other one? I just wanted to do a quick sound check with it to make sure it's working.
It sounds good now. Yeah.
Yeah, I need to know what they say because
okay.
it always sounds good to us. Okay. Yeah, Mike Green, man. I never thought he was going to be a fit for Detroit. I am very surprised, though, that we did just waste a 4th-round pick when, would the Ravens have gone a different direction? Probably
Possibly.
not. Why? Why would they have gone a different direction?
Yeah.
Who else was available here, for these teams? I just don't see them taking, Ratledge away from the Lions when you still have all these edge, but there's got to be a reason why these guys are falling.
Yeah. Well, it's just like some of the quarterbacks, how they've fallen. Jalen Milroe hasn't went. Shedeur Sanders hasn't went. A bunch of these. Man, there's Landon Jackson, Josiah Stewart, Braden Swinson, Princely, Savion Jones. There's a whole Jack Sawyer.
Princely Umanamian is still in?
Yeah, Quay Robinson. There are a bunch of edge rushers still. So everybody just stay calm. We got this. If he doesn't pick one with the next pick, then I would start to worry. Unless, like Will said, maybe we got something happening with Zadarius.
Yeah, Jennifer Steen pointed that out in the chat, and I think that's great. So, hey, do us a favor if you guys haven't subscribed. We're trying to get to 10,000 subscribers so that we can hand out 2 tickets to opening day for the Detroit Lions at Ford Field. We were supposed to do another Aiden Hutchinson jersey giveaway or grab bag giveaway.
Here comes the Broncos pick.
Scattaboo. Oh. Heard someone say Scattaboo. Like, that sounded like a perfect name for them.
He's a little guy. Wow. Let's see how big this dude is. Let's see. He's 5'8", 205 pounds. He's tiny, RJ Harvey. Let's see what he did last year. Let's see. In 2024, he was the third team Associated Press All-American, first team All Big 12, set school record with 48 touchdowns. Holy moly. Tied for fourth in the FBS with 22 rushing touchdowns and ranked sixth with 1,577 yards, 232. Oh, let's see. He started all 12 games, and he was 3 for 58. Oh, kick return. So he was a kick returner also. And his father also played defensive back. Holy, another pick. Commanders in already. Washington Commanders. Oh, there goes Trey Amos off the board. One of Will's favorite players.
Good pick. I like Trey. Good home, too, in Washington, man. Dan Quinn's going to have him balling out. It's a great pick. And he's going to a loaded team.
Yeah, a very loaded team. How Washington was so horrible with what they already had, that just tells you that was coaching and bad management.
Okay, eighth giveaway. That's right, our eighth giveaway. We're going to do a giveaway of Panther tickets when we get back. We're still waiting on the email.
Yeah.
On what's going on there. We were supposed to get a bunch of Panther tickets.
Yeah, hoping for the May 4th and the game at the end of May, the last two games.
Okay, what do we have left? So remind me, what was our pick swap there for the move up? We gave away our fourth.
Oh, I didn't even see all of it. Let's see.
Okay, it is. All right, so the Lions get picked 230 and 57, and we gave up 60 and 130. So essentially what we did is we traded away 100 picks.
100 spots?
100 spots to move up. 103 spots. No, I'm sorry, we gave up 97 spots is what we gave up to move up and get Tate Ratledge. 97 spots.
Yeah.
That's a ton.
Yep. They must have really fell in love with him. They must have really had their eyes on him from day one.
Yeah, so they gave up pick 130 for 230, basically, is what they did for us to get a player. Now, who did they get? Who did the Broncos get at 60? They got that little tiny running back.
Yep.
So you're going to sit here and tell me that they wouldn't have done something any different?
I just don't know.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, okay, so I could have seen Washington taking the guard. I don't see the Ravens taking the guard.
Yeah.
Right? I just don't. I think that Brad could have stood still. It's just one of those things that we're never going to know. It's just one of those things that we're never going to know.
Yep.
Wow. Long wait, says that dude B. Says we have no pick in the 4th or the 5th. Well, at least not yet. So, at least not yet. Is Brad Holmes working on something? Probably. He's probably trying to, manufacture a trade for next year's 3rd to move up.
Oh, possibly.
Into the 3rd.
Yeah, because next year's 3rd is compensatory.
Right.
And, so they can just one of the 3rd round picks and still have a 3rd round pick next year. I would not be surprised to see the Lions move up at any time once again if they can find a partner. All right.
Okay, so right now the Lions have pick 102. We have no 130. That's off the board. We have 196. We have 228. We have 230. And we have 244. So that is a 7th, a 6th, and I believe 244 is a 7th, 228 is a 7th, 230 is a 7th. So we have 3 7s, a 6, and a 3. And next year we have a 1, a 2, a 3, a 3, a 4, a 5, a 6, a 7. I thought that we had a couple of 5s. No, we have 2 7s. So next year we'll have a 1, a 2, 2 3s, a 4, a 5, and 2 7s. So I can definitely see we have 5 7th round picks in the next 2 drafts. So let's get rid of all those 7th round picks.
Yeah.
And let's get rid of a 3rd round pick and move up back into the early 3rd round. Still a lot of good football players between 60 and 102. Randy, we are at Radio Row here at the draft.
So let's see. There.
We got some new names in here. So
Yep.
That's Jennifer Steen, welcome in. Joe Patrick. Brandon Hurt. I swear I've seen you in here before. That name sounds familiar. Who else was in here just a minute ago? We got King SJ in the house. So what's that? Solid E Gloria? Solido. You know I'm butchering it, dude, so just spell it for me. Brian Hodgman, it says B. Hodgman, says he must have thought that Baltimore would have taken Ratledge, but even if they did, Mike Green was still fine. I understand that trade. It's kind of shocking. It's a little bit shocking. Look, I don't think that they would have taken Mike Green. If they really thought that Mike Green was a fit, that move up would have been for Mike Green. So they obviously don't appreciate whatever has caused Mike Green to fall. And I would agree. But I think that where a lot of Lions fans get upset is the whole Jalen Carter thing.
Oh, there goes Omar Norman Lott to the Kansas City Chiefs.
Soli Dio Gloria. All right, got it. It's crazy. I could speak Spanish this morning at 8 a.m. when I'm not expecting it, but I can't pronounce simple things later.
Yeah, my brain's pretty
Not
fried.
saying your last name is Spanish, but yeah.
You know what? I think I'm going to go make a cup of tea. I'll be right back. I'm going to get some caffeine in me.
All right, we can kick some ads. Let me see if I can get... I got trouble with these ads. Hold on. Let me see if I can get these ads off, or at least wind them back. Okay, so give me your thoughts in the chat. How do you guys think Green Bay, the Vikings, and the Bears are doing so far in their drafts? Go ahead and give us some grades. Oh man, yeah, we got ads dialed all the way back. So how bad are they? All right, we're gonna go ad free for a little bit, but let's get these ads up, or let's get these likes up. We'll get these ads kicked off here for a little while. Give everybody a break. All right, there we go. We had a big dip. We just had ads kick everybody down. Went from 100, 200 and some odd to down to 160. Now we're back up. All right, we got ads. We got ads down. Good point. Jennifer Steen says Bears A. But how can you miss with all the picks? It's very true. They got a really good opportunity this year to bring in some good football players. Round 2 is over. On to round 3. So I'm really at a loss. Like, I'm even surprised that I even got close on the first 2 picks. I mean, Tyreek Williams, he was a good one for me. I saw him very early in the process. Tate Rowledge, I saw him very early in the process. Definitely did not expect. I mean, when you talk it out, like we were talking it out there at the end a little bit, just trying to look at the board based on where I had guys ranked, Tate made sense. He did not make sense if you're looking for defense. But I think that we know this offense doesn't work without the offensive line, right? I think we can agree on that. And I think that we can also agree that Graham Glasgow is not the answer, at least for long term. And who knows if, do they believe that Tate Rowledge can end up being a center? Now, he hasn't taken, any center snaps while at Georgia, but I don't know if he's taken any center snaps prior to that, in his younger days. So there is some options, that maybe we don't know about. I'm a little surprised that Shedeur Sanders is still slipping. Jalen Milroe still slipping. But if we look at what's coming up next, you have Jalen Royals, who's probably going to be popping pretty soon, Savion Williams, Alec Iomanor, Isaiah Bond, Pat Bryant. There goes the big-time safety, Andrew Makuba. There's still some good tight ends left in this draft. You've got Harold Fannin, Gunnar Helm, C.J. Dupree, Thomas Fidone. Offensive tackles, very light. You got Charles Grant, the William and Mary product. Watched his tape the other day for the first time. I was impressed. He's not he's not an immediate starter, but he is more of a project. He's a better project than what Colby was. I don't think that the Lions are going to take a project. At least we can say this about both Lions picks. They're not projects. If someone's saying that Tyleik Williams was a project, I think that's a huge overreach by saying that. He's not a project at all. He's a day one starter. I don't see any other offensive lineman that makes sense right now. So I think the Lions stay away from the offensive side of the football at this point unless they go wide receiver at their next pick. So I think it does go defense. And I think that if it does go defense next, look for the Lions. I mean, again, at the back end of the third round, you could end up catching Barrett Carter or Kobe King at the back end of the third round and help with your linebacker group. Do they actually have hot water?
Yeah, I made some tea.
Because their coffee is cold.
Yeah, this hot water for the tea was not all that super hot either. Wish they had a microwave.
Now, on my big board, trying to get it up here. There we go. On my big board, you still have... Is Darius Alexander gone? Is he still up?
Yeah, looks like he's still there.
I can't believe he's still there.
We're not going to take another defensive tackle, though.
I don't think so. And I think my knock on Darius Alexander was he was too upright when he was going through his drills. He was way too upright. The same thing about Deion Walker is that he was really upright as well. I did not like their pad height, because I think that'll translate onto the field. So Lions aren't going to go defensive tackle, but if we do look at what's coming around the corner here, there's still a bottleneck of some really good edge. You've got Jordan Birch. You've got Landon Jackson, Josiah Stewart. Braden Swinson's gone, right? Braden Swinson's gone? Is he still? He's still on the board. He's still on the board according to my board. Now, he's another LSU product, so we do know that they brought in Wingo last year from LSU, so they've had their eyes on LSU product for quite a while now. I would not be surprised.
We're in round 3, aren't we?
Yeah, I would not be surprised if Brady Swinson or Savion Jones ends up making their way to Detroit simply because the Lions have had their eyes on him.
Yeah, he's still available.
Right, and then there's Jack Sawyer. So Jack Sawyer, he slipped a long time. And then there's another guy, Q Robinson. So he came in late into the process.
Yeah.
Now, Q Robinson could be a guy that the Detroit Lions are looking at bringing in late. So pre-draft analyst says that Robinson started only 5 games at Alabama, but he shows enough on tape to get excited about his upside, especially as a pass rusher. He lifts offensive tackles and knocks them off balance and can win with speed. He is fluid, redirecting, and mixes in rip moves. Robinson is lean but strong. He shoots his hands, presses blockers, and sets the edge as a run defender. He slips blocks and sifts through traffic. He should push for early playing time on special teams. That doesn't sound like an edge that everyone's looking for.
No.
But then again, you've got Jared Ivey. Jared Ivey is someone that I was really, really high on. He's still on the board. I think that Jared Ivey could be on Brad's radar here in the 3rd round. I think it's early for Jared. I think it's way early for Jared. But then there's Princely Umanamian. He's the other one that I was really high on right here in the third round. So it's lining up. I did not expect Landon Jackson to be here. I did expect Josiah Stewart to be here. Princely Umanamian I expected to be here. And Jared Ivey I expected to be here. But I thought Jared would be probably a little bit closer to a fourth round. Let me go down and look at my edge board. My edge board went like this. Shamar Stewart, Mike Green, Nick Scorton, Jack Sawyer, Savion Jones, Josiah Stewart, Q Robinson, Fadil Diggs, Jalen McLeod, Howard Cross, and Seth Coleman for the players that the Detroit Lions met with. The only two that they met with, they could have gone, or the only three that they met with, they could have gone in the third round. Jack Sawyer, Savion Jones, and Josiah Stewart.
Ashton Gelati. Yeah, he was number 7 on ESPN's board. Darius Alexander did go to the Giants, the first pick in the third round.
Lazy Link, I like Kyle Kennard too. I forgot all about Kyle Kennard. I did like his tape. And Attila the Hun, I'm not sure what you were talking about, the tool. I don't know which tool we're talking about. And Brent Harp, I'm not sure why they're ignoring the edges. There has to be something up. There has to be something up. I'm going to take a quick walk.
I know what it is.
What is it?
They're going to get Trey Hendrickson.
Well, like, hey, it could be that there's a deal in for Zadarius Smith already.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, maybe that's their backup plan.
Yep. That's much more likely. Yep. The Raiders are up next.
All right, I'm gonna get some steps in, man. I've been sitting too long.
The Browns pick is in. Yeah, this is extremely hard to go this many hours. Your voice burns out, and we've been up for days now and walked 1 billion miles. I should look at my phone just to see. Let's see here. Let's see how many miles Eric has walked just today. Oh my God. Let's see. I've walked 6 miles today. Already, and the day's not over. We still have to walk 1.1 miles just to get back to the vehicles when this is all over. And we had to haul 2 big giant wagons full of gear all the way back there if we can't figure out how to get a vehicle over here to receive all our stuff. So it's going to be quite interesting. Hey, Better the Hunt with a $50. Oh my God. When Will gets back, he is going to be amazed. I just want to tell you thank you so much, Better the Hunt. I just want to see one of you get up and dance a jig. Well, I got to do it when Will gets back if you want me to do it. Oh, man. Did Will do a dance when he took off? Is that what happened? And I didn't see it? I wasn't paying attention? That could be it. Here, I'll move over a little bit so I'm kind of in frame. Oh, man. So the Browns pick is in, and the Raiders are on the clock. And now it's so late in the draft, I couldn't tell you who's going to take who's looking for what. I just know what I want my Lions to pick. I'd love to see my Lions get Landon Jackson. And if they couldn't get him in the second, if they can get him in the third, I think he's going to go. Watch, the Browns will take him right here, right now. Coming back out of commercial. the stupid Browns will make Landon Jackson their pick and pair him up with Myles Garrett. Oh, God. If we don't pick an edge rusher in the 3rd round, the city of Detroit is going to lose their mind. Kind of like they did for the first 2 picks, because I know a lot of people are. Yeah, Randy, I got to thank you again, man. That's totally awesome. That'll help out the Rockhound Cancer Foundation, help out the channel, help out everything. Yeah, we're supposed to both get up and dance, I guess. Is that what you guys want to see? That's kind of weird. All right, here's the Browns pick. Harold Finnan Jr., the tight end. Now, that's a tight end that I know Will wanted to get. Will liked him as a... So he's out of Bowling Green. He's 6'3", 241 pounds, 32 1/4 inch arms, 9 1/4 inch hands. His prospect grade was 6.18. His production score was 90. So he had really good production. That was 2nd out of all the tight ends. His athleticism score was 76. That ranked 8th out of tight ends. And his total score was an 84, which ranked him 3rd with all the tight ends. So I know Will was really high on him. He ran a 4.71 40-yard dash. His 10-yard split was 1.56 seconds. His vertical jump was 34 inches. He had a broad jump of 9 foot 10 inches. He did everything. He did every single drill. His bench press was 22 reps on the bench press. So in 2022... he played in 12 games with 1 start. He had 11.5 receiving TDs and 4 rushing touchdowns. In 2023, he was a first-team All-MAC, led the team with 623 receiving yards, 44 receptions, 14.2 per reception, with 6 receiving touchdowns, and played in 11 games with 8 starts, and he missed 2 games due to injury. And last year, in 2024, he was a first-team Associated Press All-American MAC Player of the Year and Offensive Player of the Year, first tight end in FBS history to win Conference Player of the Year, first-team All-MAC, finalist for the John Mackey Award for the nation's top tight end. He led the FBS with 117 receptions, 1,555 receiving yards, both single-season FBS tight end records. He led the team with 10 receiving touchdowns, played in all 13 games with 12 starts, named 68 Ventures Bowl MVP, and he had a receiving touchdown. He went 17 for 213. That doesn't seem right. And the team's lost to Arkansas State. He's projected to be a 3rd to 4th round pick. Enigmatic prospect featuring record-breaking single-season catch production despite a straight-legged playing style. Fannon's lack of functional bend forces him on more linear tracks and cuts his route tree in half, but it doesn't keep him from getting around the field and through the pattern with good speed. Fannon's hands are automatic, and he's a competitive runner after the catch, but he needs to prove he can beat tight press man coverage. He won't block much, but his ability to stretch the field from the slot and make the tough catches gives him a shot at a potential tight end 2 with upside. So Darian Porter, the cornerback from Iowa State. Oh, the Lions just traded up. The Lions are coming back after New England. Hey. Well, what's that? Yeah, we're at 70 from 102. Hey. Brad's making Brad moves. Here we go. Welcome back. Oh, Jack Sawyer, here we come. Eric, look at the chat. Look at the chat. Yeah, you guys are about a minute behind me, but yeah, Eric, trade alert, trade alert, trade alert. Here it comes. I don't know where Will went, but he's missing out. The Lions are making a trade. Let's see if we can figure out what this Lions trade is and who they traded with. Detroit Lions trade. Let's see. I don't want to trade rumor. I want to know what the trade is. Dion, do you know what the trade is? Who is it? Who is it with? Huh? Jacksonville? Okay, so Jacksonville, we're trading up to 70. Possibly. Yeah. Yeah, so maybe we give up a second-round pick next year to move up, since we have 2 third-round picks, or we give up one of our thirds. We'll see what happens. If you guys know what the trade is, it was a trade with the Jags. We traded all the 7th-round picks. I hope so. Somebody in my chat says we traded away all our 7th-round picks. We had 3. I don't know. I don't think that's enough. Kyle Williams, the wide receiver from Washington, just went off the board to New England. So now Detroit is on the clock. And here, right now, let's look and see what is available for our Detroit Lions. Let me get this back up here. The Detroit Lions are on the clock one more time tonight. So let's see, edge rushers. Let's see what we got. We got Jordan Birch. We got Landon Jackson. We got Josiah Stewart, Brandon Swinson, and Princely. It's going to be one of these guys. I don't think it's going to be Jack Sawyer. I think he's going to be another round down. I don't think Jack Sawyer is going to be. So who do you think it's going to be? Josiah Stewart? So Josiah Stewart, another Michigan man. Reunite Hutch with one of his guys from Michigan and Josiah Stewart. It gotta be. Lions are on the clock. We just pulled off a trade, man. And we got a $50 super chat from Better the Hunt.
All right, Better the Hunt.
Whoa, I just unplugged my ears.
So there's TA.
There he is.
Loving the suit.
Yeah, there he
All
is.
right, this is where the Lions get their edge.
Here we go.
So how many edge are on the board?
Right there.
Okay, I think it's probably Josiah Stewart.
Landon Jackson. Landon Jackson, here we go. My last hope for Landon Jackson.
No, wide receiver.
Wide receiver? What the hell?
That's a 6th round pick.
Wow. Oh my God. All right, meltdown time, you guys. Meltdown. Meltdown all you want now.
Look, there's no meltdown. Look, I don't see him being available or not available in the 5th round at least. Well, Mike's not even on. Jesus criminy. Look, I don't see this guy not being available in the 5th round, at least, possibly 6th round. You bringing in a big body wide receiver. I understand it. He's special. We watched him at the Shrine of the Reese's Bowl. Man, what did the Lions give up? They gave up only two 6th-round
3rd-round picks. Both of our 3rd-round picks for next year and this year.
You've got to be kidding me. We just gave up 2/3 and a 4th. Two 2/3 and a 4th.
No, 2/3 next year and this year.
No, over the last 2 picks, 2/3 and a 4th. Gave up 2/3 there.
Yeah.
And we gave up a 4th before that on our other trade up.
Oh, yeah.
To get Isaac Tesla, who would have been there in the 5th round.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, buying a Tesla right now is probably not the way to go.
Thing to do. He is that bigger-bodied wide receiver they're looking for. 6'4", 214 pounds, 31 1/8-inch arms, 10-inch hands.
This one's a little bit of a head scratcher even for me. I'm a big supporter of what Brad Holmes does, but this one's a little bit of a head scratcher. They did get JMO's 5th-year option done. This doesn't mean a whole lot, for that. Obviously, they're not even close to the same caliber of a football player. I don't even know what Tesla's 40 is, but I don't think it's very impressive at all.
4.43.
Yeah, it's not super impressive. I mean, he plays faster than that, but he's not a blazer. You know what I mean? He's not a scorcher.
Yeah.
He's a hell of a football player. I think he's got a phenomenal catch radius, and he goes up and gets those 50-50 balls. I do like him. I like him a lot, but I don't like him in the third round. I don't like him in the third round when you've got a couple of other guys on this roster right now available, or on the draft board available, that are much better football players. Brad says best football player available. How is Isaac Tesla the best football player available on the board right now?
Yeah, and Landon Jackson was there. Josiah Stewart's there.
Well, okay, forget those guys. Like, just forget them. Like,
okay.
You know, like, is he honestly the best football player on the board right now?
Siobhan Revel.
There you go, Siobhan Revel. I mean, you could make an argument for that. Jared Ivey, you could make an argument for that. My goodness. Let's just... I would have probably taken Shedeur Sanders over this guy. Jared Wilson, the center. I would have taken him. Jalen Knoll, a little bit shorter wide receiver. I definitely would have taken him. Jalen Royals out of Utah State, would have taken him. Joshua Farmer, the defensive tackle, he's crazy good. Would have taken him. Jalen Milroe, the quarterback that they brought in, I would have taken him over Isaac Tesla.
So I don't see the Lions having another pick tonight.
Doesn't appear that way, but we just seriously traded our 2 third-round picks next year?
Yeah.
This is
And
real
this year.
life right now?
3 third-round picks. In exchange, we get some stuff back.
Why is it that the Lions are getting fleeced?
I couldn't see what we got back.
How is it that we're getting fleeced this badly?
I don't know.
They only moved up how many picks?
Oh, they moved up from 102 to 70.
Yeah, they moved up 1 round. Now, 102 is the back end of the third.
Yeah. To 70.
That just doesn't make any sense.
32 spots, but
That doesn't make any sense to me. So from a pick evaluator standpoint, let me just do it. Unbelievable. This one bothers me a little bit here.
I think it's safe to say that Will is not going to be buying a Tesla jersey anytime soon. So the thing I don't like is in 2024, he played in all 13 games with 5 starts and only 3 touchdowns. Only 28 receptions for 545 yards. An average 19.5 yards a reception.
Okay, so the Detroit Lions, and you know, we've still got to verify these picks because it sometimes happens after the fact that the trade value that they put up on the screen is not correct. That does happen. I'm hoping that that's the case here. So the Detroit Lions, we gave up a 4th rounder in a 2nd round swap, right? That brought back a Denver 7th. So we sent 2 2026 third-round picks to the Jags. To go from 102 to 70. The Jags are sending 182 and also a 6th rounder back to the Lions. So let me just try to do the math here. So we sent 102. And then we sent next year's third-round picks as well, which are... We're just going to call it 199. Okay, that's probably where they're going to be. We got pick 70. And then we also got pick 182.
There he goes.
Mother of God.
Friggin' figures.
And a 2026 sixth rounder, which is going to be like, what's that going to be, like 180?
2 picks later, there goes my guy, Landon Jackson.
We'll call it 190. So when you look at the overall comp, Eric, look,
Yeah.
we gave up 100 points. When you look at the overall comp,
Yeah.
we gave up 102, 199. Right? That's essentially what it's going to be. 102 this year, and next year we're going to be about the same area, hopefully better. We got back 70, and we're also getting back 182, and then a 6th round pick next year. We gave up 513 points. We got 412 in return. I just have a much higher value on those 3rd round picks in this year's draft. So from the overall perspective, it looks bad on the surface, but when you do a value chart, the Lions only gave up 100 points. I still, like, which is 20% difference for all of the math people out there. It's a 20% difference that the Jaguars gained. They gained 20%. I still think those 3rd round picks are much more valuable. I would have taken those 3rd round picks and moved up into the 2nd. Maybe no one's allowing the Lions to move up.
Yeah.
Maybe the Lions are blackballed this year and they're not allowed to move up. They're trying to fleece us because they don't want us to win football games. Thomas.
The Jets guy loves their picks.
That's just for content.
Yeah. He's loved every pick they've taken tonight. I don't know. I'm kind of baffled with the Tesla pick.
Tesla. All right, Kevin Barr says I'm giving us a sneaky B+ simply because both of our draft picks could be day one starters on a deep, solid roster. That's very true. I believe in that too. That media session tonight is going to be gold, says Dan Howard. Bummed we didn't draft an edge. I actually liked Kyle Williams, the pick before us, says Lazy Link. Detroit City says, when I wake up, J-Mo better be gone. What a joke. Oh, my God. He better not be gone, right? We need J-Mo now. Nick P he says, fire this bum today. We could, I don't know why it's missing, but that's all good. It says, fire this bum today. Nick P says, I'm out on Brad Holmes. He gave up. On Brad Holmes. And Mike P says he picked up a wide receiver for 2 third-round picks. Oh, my God. Yeah. Oh, that Tesla is very electric. Football player, says Tony Vlip. If you catch it. Gavin Barr says someone's going to need a padded room after this draft ends. I can only imagine who that is. Let's see. This is why I said that we need to have an interview with Maureen. She obviously knows what's up. What does Maureen know? Maureen says something makes sense to her. Let me keep going back. TA was awesome. He said 1 year ago on this weekend he cried because he thought he was going to be a Packer, but then the Kings of the North saved him. Oh, that's hilarious. Oh, Lazy Link, what did we give up, man? We gave up too effing much. And in my opinion, look, these third-round picks are worth a lot more than Isaac Tesla. Now, I'm not going to be totally out on the kid. I did like him early in spring at the spring games. I just, man, Why not Landon? You know, I think that's the question is, why not? So there has to be something cooking here that we're missing. And that's okay. That's okay. Look, I went 2 for 2 to, this weekend so far. I think we've done a pretty damn good job at covering what was going to happen in the draft early. But now you got to get the value, right? And I think that these are not value picks. We gave the value to the Jags. We just gave them our future. Our future 3rd and 4th round picks are gone. So I guess the only way that makes sense that you're going to give up this much of your future is who the hell are you moving? Right? Who are we giving up? Who are we trading? It is not this year. It's next year. So let me paint this little picture for you. The Detroit Lions pretty much brought the exact same team back here in 2025. There was never going to be enough room for a lot of these guys in this draft to make this roster anyway. We've said that from the very beginning. That if the Lions got 3 or 4 good football players out of this draft, that's it. That's all I expected. And I said is that correct, Eric? That's what I said.
Yep.
And that's what's happened. We now have 3 good football players. There's still room for some trades to happen. But unfortunately, unless the Lions are going to be looking at moving their 1st and 2nd round picks now for 2026, there's nothing else to mortgage. You don't have any more, 4th round, 5th round picks. We got a 5th round this year left, right?
I don't even know
So,
now.
I mean, here's the board that we just had, if you can see that. We can cross off the 3rds. We are going to pick up a 6. And we are going to pick up, I think, another 6 this year, right? 186 or something like that. 186. So our next pick is at 186, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct? Can you look up the trade one more time? I think I closed it.
Oh, here, I'll just open up the 4th round, and we'll see if we have anything here.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. 182. 182 is our next pick.
We do not have a 4th rounder this year. Let's see about the 5th.
So 182.
No 5th round this year. So it's going to be a 6th round pick before we pick again.
Yeah, and so that's day 3.
That's tomorrow.
Right.
Yeah. Early tomorrow. Or no.
No,
early in the 6th round.
Yeah, it's still late. Right? We're picking at 182 and 196.
Yep. 2 of them.
So now we have a 1st and a 2nd and a 4th next year, and a 5th and 2 6s and 2 7s. And all we have left this year is 2 6 and 3 7s.
Yeah, we got 5 picks left tomorrow.
I would take all of these,
All 5 of them.
all 5 of those picks, and I would move up into the 4th round.
Yeah.
And I don't even know if it's possible. Let's even see. I don't think it's possible because these picks are worth nothing.
Yeah, they're all.
So
worth
let's
1 point or
do
something.
it. So we got 182. And there might be a cap. You might only be able to trade 5 picks max. So 182, 196, 228, 230, 244. If we were to trade all of those, what pick are they at right now? 75?
Yeah, 75.
Let's just say we traded all those for 125. Yeah. That can't be right. This can't be right. Let's see, draft pick, value chart. Add these up for me, Eric, please.
Go ahead.
That's 2011's. 2025. Here we go. Okay, so 244 is worth 1 point.
Okay.
230 is worth 1 point.
Okay.
228 is worth 1 point.
Okay.
And 196 is worth 12.6 points.
Okay.
182 is worth 18.2 points. What do we get?
33.8.
33.8. Okay, now add up. Actually, no, we don't need to add up anything. 33.8. So where could the Lions move? Well, seeing how you would want to get some value back, whoever you're trading with, I think the Lions, the most they could move up, probably 140 with the Carolina Panthers. That's about it. And that would be a negative for the Panthers. So they could move up 50, 30 to 40 spots. That's it, which is round 5. I don't think it makes a whole lot of sense. So they're going to have to move off of a pick from next year to be able to move up. So I think the draft's done, y'all. I think that this is it. I'm not so sure that Brad Holmes is really going to be able to do anything different. I think that what I was saying earlier stands true. Like, I expected 3 to 4 really good football players. That's it. That's a win. I'm a little bit doubtful on Isaac Tesla being that guy, but we don't know yet about Isaac Tesla. And this offense is dynamic. We brought back the same team for a reason. It was going to be hard to make this team anyway. And now you're adding in a couple of football players that can be. Tyleek is going to have to be a starter day one. And Ratledge is going to definitely fight for a starting position. But outside of that, you did not add anything else to this team. Besides Isaac Tesla, who's going to compete with who? He's going to compete with Tim Patrick. Right? So your wide receiver room right now is J-Mo, St. Brown, Tim Patrick, Isaac Tesla, and Khalif Raymond. Those are your top 5. The Lions barely ever
There goes Princely.
keep 6 players, or 6 wide receivers. So that's your wide receiver room right now. Warner UM Dad's right. I think they were big and solid players too. Can't really doubt Brad right now. He's you can't doubt Brad until he gives us a reason to doubt him. I don't think that you can put any of the onus on Brad for losing last year, and you can't put any of the onus on Brad for losing the season before. Both of those games that we lost, NFC Championship game and the divisional round, were coaching, not football players. In both games, they put up more than 30 points. And in both games, we lost because the defense couldn't do anything. But last year, we had 16 players on IR. So I think that a lot of fans are still looking for edge rushers. But again, I'm going to wind it back to this. Eric, what did Brad Holmes tell us at the press conference?
He's not taking edge rushers.
That's exactly what he said. He would love to have 3 or 4 of them. But he said that the edge rusher room, when he was asked, what do you think it looks like now, compared to the combine, he said the same. No different. Not doing anything. Not doing anything different. And it's exactly what we've been talking about. Now, did we want edge rushers? Absolutely. Why? Yeah. Because we felt we could get some really good value here. And some players that can help facilitate the big extension for Aiden Hutchinson and facilitating a better cap savings. But this could mean that, again, Z could be back in the house.
Could be. And we're going to have something. I don't know. I now Davenport, I love Davenport, but I can't put my full faith in that he's going to be healthy for the whole season. I mean, that'd be foolish to do that. So I just don't know what we're going to do. Maybe with, Tyleek, you don't have to put Paschal or Levi. Well, Levi's bigger, but maybe Paschal moves out to edge some more. There's still quite a few of those edge rushers left, too. Jeez, oh, Pete. Yeah, there's a reason these guys are falling. Because the only one out of this, in the top 10 of this list here for edge rushers that have went in the last, hour or so is Landon Jackson.
Princely just went too.
Yeah, and Princely just went. I don't know. I don't know if there's a way he can come back up.
It's like snacks are out. I don't know if you want any snacks. I don't know what's over there.
I can go look. Oh. It's getting to be one long day. Oh. I'm grown like an old man.
All right, let's do a video about Z. Take a minute while Eric's taking a beat here. Actually, you know what? I'll probably wait. I think I'm going to dig my heels in on Monday. Definitely going to take a day off on Monday. I think I'm going to dig my heels in and see if I can't find out what the hell's going on, because that's got to be the only... It's got to be the only answer now. A month or so ago, whenever it was that Z was at the Pistons game, there was all this hoopla going on that, Z was back in Detroit and he was, something was happening, but there wasn't really anything to that. It was him at a game with his girlfriend. And I don't think that's changed. But, yeah, this thing is inactive again. Give me 1 second here. I'm trying to turn my keyboard back on. I really don't understand what's going on here. What a pain. Jalen Noel, love that little speedy wide receiver, man. He is now a Houston Texan.
And they got Jaden Higgins.
Yeah. Wow. keyboard disconnected again.
Mine's saying there's a keyboard available.
That's me, yeah. I don't know. Maybe it's just broken.
I don't know.
I don't know. I'll find out when I get home on Sunday.
You'll get home and it'll work perfect. No issues.
Probably. Well, I have zero confidence. I mean, when I look at this, Eric, I have zero confidence that the Lions are going to be able to do anything.
Yeah.
Tonight. I mean, how are they going to trade? How are they going to trade? 2 6s and 3 7s. You're not going to be able to move up into the fourth.
No. Unless they mortgage the future.
There is no future. I mean, unless you're going to give up a fourth next year. What was up there?
Beef jerky, chips, cookies. Some of the same stuff from last night.
Man, it's kind of disappointing when you don't got a lot of picks, right? I mean, the Lions obviously are in a good position with, where the team is at right now. I guess when I look at, the future of this team, it's bright, right? I mean, we've got a hell of a football team that we're going to be running back this year. I was really hoping to see like just one really good name pop off, but you know what this speaks to, Eric? Is this draft, like I said, was thin. It was deep in certain areas, but it was also thin in certain areas. Offensive tackle, I mean, it's in, it's out, it's over. Quarterback, worst class I've seen in a long time. Edge rusher, maybe it was a little bit overplayed from what we thought it was going to be and where it actually is. I think that the Lions, grade that they had probably on, Shamar Stewart was probably the highest grade that they had. Oh, there goes Fairchild.
I called him Darian.
It's definitely not Darian.
Nah, Dylan.
So, what's funny is, if I go back and look at my big board.
Gino says this is Brad's version of F them picks.
I guess so, because, I mean, look, he gave up third round picks, which, again, I don't know how many times I've said it. It's very difficult to make this Detroit Lions team if it's not a first or a second rounder. It's very difficult right now. And it's going to be that way for, this year and probably next year. In 2027, third round picks are going to make this team again, potentially. Look at that. Top guards, what do I got?
Let's see.
Who's my third one?
Yeah, Dylan Fairchild.
Dylan Fairchild. And I had him going before. Where's he at? So at least some of these things are working out for me. At least I'm seeing the field a little bit.
Yeah.
Seeing through the trees. Where's the center at? Where did I put the center? Oh, yeah, Jared Wilson right here. That's his buddy. I only had one center that I really liked outside of Gray Zabel. Jared Wilson is the only one that I liked. He's still on the board. Hell, maybe the Lions are going to give up their first and their second next year to come up and get a third round center. I'm just saying.
Let's just replace our whole O-line while we're at it.
I'm just saying. Brad, man. He's got these fans in a tizzy.
Yeah.
And he's probably laughing about it.
Yeah. Well, you got to remember, there's a reason that Brad is the GM and we're fans. And, he knows what he's doing. I would have no clue what I'm doing as a NFL GM. They're privy to so much more information than we are. They actually get to talk to these guys where we don't. They know their ins and outs. They've talked to their families. They've watched them since they were in high school. They've watched every football they've ever touched. Every ounce of film has been scrutinized and watched over and over and over on every single one of these guys.
Better the Hunt says, Will and Eric, yes, we do know the words of the fight song, and no, I'm not going to sing it.
Oh, forward down the field, a charging team that will not yield. And when the blue and silver wave, stand and cheer the brave. Rah, rah, go hard, win the game. The next sentence always freaking gets me, especially when I'm tired. Help me out there, guys. Oh.
Just trying to run through some of these comments here and see what we got.
My brain is about fried.
Woody's 44 says if Hutchinson gets hurt again, we're screwed again. Yeah, if he gets hurt, his career is over. Mm-hmm. Especially if it's something, similar to what he's gone through right now.
Because he broke his other leg, correct? In college?
Yeah.
When he broke his leg?
Yeah, the other.
Yeah, so he's broken both his legs.
Lazy Link says, it feels like Brad mismanaged picks. It's been a trend with him around the third. Broderick Martin trade up and Manu. Well, you can't judge Manu. You can't evaluate him. Remember, a lot of these guys that Brad has picked, Kirby Joseph, let's start there. Just about every media member said that was a terrible pick. And look at him now. Okay? How about Derek Barnes? So if you're a believer in Derek Barnes, then you believe in what he was doing last year in the first few games before he got injured. Everyone thought he was a wasted pick. Jared Goff trade. Everyone, including a lot of you in this fan base, thought that Jared Goff was a bridge quarterback. I did not. I thought that he was going to be just fine. I thought that he was going to lead this team through a lot of wins, and he has. Who else did Brad pick that a lot of people thought? Okay, Amon-Ra St. Brown, 16th receiver taken in that draft, and he gets taken in the 4th round, and now he is a top 5 wide receiver in the game. So we could say that he's mismanaged things. We can say that he's reached. But one thing you can't do is we can't fully evaluate this draft until 3 years down the road. Because no matter where you're picked, if you're picked in the 1st round, just go back and look. And I'm going to do a segment on this in a week or so. But just go back and look at 1st round picks last year. How many of them had Pro Bowl seasons? How many of them had all-pro seasons? How many of them were even top 15 at their position? And I'm going to take a wild guess without doing any analysis or even knowing the answer because I didn't look. I'm going to say less than 10%. Less than 10%. And you could probably say the same thing for the 2nd round, and you could probably say less than 5% for the 3rd round, and less than 5% for the 4th round, and so on and so on. So what that tells you is it takes a couple of seasons for these guys to get seasoned. They need some time to marinate in the league. Their 2nd season should be their best season. Their 3rd season should be even better yet. So that's what I believe. What the hell just popped in here?
Christ. Better the Hunt did a $50 super chat, and now he did a $100 one. He wants us to sing the damn fight song. What else you got going on?
We don't have a whole lot going on, but Randy...
We ain't got nothing left in the tank.
Randy, I appreciate you, buddy, man. Always have, always will.
Oh, my God. I promise one of these days I'll sing the fight song. I'm just beat.
All right, well, you know what? Let's give away some giveaways because that's all. That's what we only have. That's what we have going on. Let's give some crap away, man. That's what these people are in here for, right? Forget the content. So we've given away 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 things already. We need to give away 5. We need to give away a gift bag. How many people are in?
What's that?
How many people are in?
171.
All right, I'm thinking of a number between 75 and 225. So 75 and 225. And that number is...
Let her rip.
Go.
Tater chip.
Numbers between 75 and 225. Why is my chat so slow?
I'm on my news too.
I don't see any numbers flying yet.
I don't either. They're like a minute or two behind us.
They shouldn't be.
But watch me wave my hand. Okay, now watch on the screen how long it takes to see me waving my
Well,
hand.
make sure you hit live. I think our internet's slowing down.
I am live.
Remember, it was between 125, or it was between 75 and 225.
I gotta go back and look here. The numbers are flying in now. Oh, off by one, somebody.
It was between 75 and 225.
Oh, I saw somebody off by.
Someone was off by 100.
I wasn't gonna say 100.
Well, it could have been any of them.
Yeah. Oh, that chat's rocking.
There we go. We're getting closer. Remember, it's between 75 and 225. Still nobody working it.
Finally, one that's taken a minute.
I just had a whole flurry. Uh-oh, trade.
To the
It's
Chiefs.
not the Lions.
Off by 100 again.
Man, nobody yet. Between 75
We
and
gave-
225. This one was a hard one, I guess.
Yeah, we gave him the clue twice.
Man. Oh, well, I guess it's only fitting. When the music runs out, I'm picking a new number.
Off by one. They've all been putting numbers in since before you said go.
It doesn't matter. Nobody hit. And nobody won. What the hell? Give it a couple more minutes.
Holy moly. I can't look away.
I'm just waiting for someone to go 75, 76, 77, 78, 79. Just spell them all out in one text.
Yeah. Oh, off by one
Up
again.
by one again. Off by two.
Off by two again.
Oh, I think I see it. I see it. I see it.
Yeah.
Saw it.
Oh, there it is, Derek Lewis. Didn't Derek Lewis win earlier?
No, I went down the wrong way, though.
Oh. So Derek Lewis guessed 136, and that was the correct one, 136.
Wow.
So, Derek, you need to email mailbag@rockedon.com.
All right. We'll wait till the numbers stop before we go into the next one. Oh. And we'll do a couple of these. I think we'll be done for the night.
Okay.
If something happens, it happens, but I'm done.
Yeah, I'm so beat. My feet hurt. Oh.
I'm tempted just to pack up tomorrow.
Yeah. Come in the morning.
Yeah.
We can get up super early and come down here. So I'm going to be a fan tomorrow. I'm going to put on my big Lions chain, bring in my camera. I'm just going to take a bunch of pictures tomorrow, get a bunch of stuff for social media, and that's going to be my whole day tomorrow.
I still can't believe Shedeur Sanders hasn't gone.
No, Shedor's going to be a day 3 pick. That's absolutely nuts.
I wonder if there's any good bets on Shedeur to not get drafted at all.
I don't know. You can't look at anything because we're in Wisconsin.
You can look, you just can't bet.
I don't even think it would open. Let's see. Let's see about DraftKings here. So anybody know if there's any odds of Shedeur not being drafted on any sports bet? Yeah, I'm not seeing anything.
It won't let you see anything?
No, it's
Won't even
like
let you log in?
yeah, but I don't see any bets for Shedeur still.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, man. I still see numbers popping in here. What's going on? Brad press conference on right now? Oh, what the hell. I don't even think I can bring it in, but we'll try.
No, Maureen, I did not bring my blue hair dye. I see. I get that stuff from Spirit Halloween in the fall time, and there are no Spirit Halloweens open right now. I even tried to order it right from their website, and they don't have it.
You just order the other stuff.
No, there's one particular stuff I use. It works great. I ordered other stuff, and it sucked, and it took me weeks to wash it out of my beard. The stuff from Spirit Halloween washes right out. Oh, blow pack blow. They must be on the friggin' clock again.
Why am I not getting... If Brad's having a press conference right now, then that means that he is done. He's not.
Yeah, he's on right now. He's talking.
All right, let me see if I can bring this in for us. We'll listen to it, and then we'll get the heck out of here.
Yeah, that means he is done for the day.
All right, we've got Brad Holmes on the press conference wire here. We're going to bring him up. Just 1 second. My mouse is just like drunk. my God. There goes Brad's head. My mouse is drunk. What is going on? Oh, my. It's just doing its own thing. This is terrible. Oh, my God. Savion Williams, there he goes.
They took another wide receiver?
Well, do you think that the Green Bay Packers are looking to get...
Now that's a bigger wide receiver.
Yeah, but do you think that they're looking to get a little bit deeper downfield?
Yeah, they're definitely trying to get something going with the wide receiver room. What that says to me is they're not happy with what they have.
All right, here we go, Brad Holmes. Sorry about all that.
He rose more as a process went along because of his versatility that we were able to find out a little bit more about. So I thought that he would just fit in just like a glove here. And then Tesla, he was one, saw him at the Senior Bowl when I went down there and hadn't watched his film yet. But just saw how he was in the run game in the team periods, just his blocking and his size, and he was just being a pest, and he was just pissing off the DBs and the defenders. And obviously it made me just want to just completely watch the tape, and then you see a guy that's just big, long, smooth strider, can accelerate, can run. He's a hands catcher, can play special teams, can block, so can do a lot of things. So we're really excited to land both of them. And, really it's just at some point, you're going to run out of, the well runs dry at some points in these drafts. So, you better get the guys that you really, really want, and you got to worry about that other stuff later. So I do look at the stuff later. I do look at, what we have in the future, and when we do trade future picks and all that stuff, I feel comfortable with it. But as long as the guys that we love, we don't flinch, we just go and get them.
Isaac played a lot in the slot at Arkansas. You view him as a kind of a versatile guy that can, obviously with his frame, it seems like he can step outside and give you something down the field, and you see him as a multi-versatile.
Absolutely, yeah. I think he'll be able to do both. Again, just like any other receiver, he's going to need to develop, but he's got the tools to play outside and win outside. He's going to have to learn, getting off press and all that stuff, just like they all do. But he's got all the physical tool, and he's got the intangible makeup to be able to overcome that.
How much did you like his backstory? I guess, going from no-star recruit to Hillsdale to Arkansas, and even like this past year, not really maybe having as many opportunities. How much did that kind of stand out?
Yeah, it was huge. It was huge. Obviously I knew all about his story before I met him, but just to hear him kind of walk me and Dan through it in terms of just, him getting to Hillsdale and how that process worked, and even his family and the connection there. And then, going to Arkansas and the higher production the year before, and then it dipped down, and just the explanation from there. And I thought he handled it very professionally, but he's just, I'm sure, I don't know if he told you, but when he came on his top 30 of his, he had on a Lions jersey. And I thought he just did like a cheesy move just to some fanboy stuff. And I'm just like, oh, come on, you didn't put the Lions jersey on. But he said, no, I've had it since the 8th grade, and he's like, what better time to wear it than now? And so I really respected that. But no, he grew up as a Lions fan through and through. But obviously that is not why we were excited to go up there and pick him. We were excited to go up there and pick him because he's big, he can run, he's tough, he's smart, he's a hands catcher, and he blocks, and he plays special teams. And that's why we're excited to go get him.
Just the trading as a whole, can you just explain a little bit more about when you feel convicted about someone, I don't know if it's a rush or whatever it is, but you've done it 11 times now in your drafts. You see someone, you trust your evaluation of them, and you go get them. Can you just explain that?
It's just, look, man, who are you who are those guys that you just have that, you have that gut feeling about that you really want them? And especially if it's a universal, if it's an alignment, if me and Dan are aligned in our conviction and our love for the player, which usually we are, and, it's just, you just feel it. And so the more that we, looked at, obviously I looked at Tyleek a lot more than until before Dan got in, but I wasn't surprised Dan loved Tyleek because, that's one of his guys. It's his type of player. It's my type of player. He fits right in. He's the type of guy who we like. One shot that he was going to love Tesla. He's everything that we're about. Tate Ratledge. So you have to feel that. You have to feel it in your gut. You have to, that conviction.
Let me pause, Brad, for just a moment. Look, I understand everything he's saying, and I forgot to say this earlier. In the third round, it is exactly where I thought the Lions would find a wide receiver. I thought that it was going to be Pat Bryant. I didn't think that it was going to be Isaac Tesla. But, it does make sense that they did find a receiver in the third round. I just think it was a little bit silly that they traded away all those picks to go up and get Isaac Tesla that nobody else probably would have went up and grabbed. So that is probably the only bone that I have to pick with this draft is giving up too much of, your future consideration for a player that more than likely would have been there in just a few picks. So I think that's the biggest gripe everyone's going to have as well. Outside of the fact that they took an edge rusher. Or didn't take an edge rusher.
When I first saw Tesla at the Senior Bowl, that's when I was like, whoa, who's this kid blocking like that? Then you watch the tape, and I'm thinking, okay, yeah, he blocked. Okay, fine. But he shows all this other stuff, or the same thing with Ratledge.
Question.
Yeah.
Were you tempted? Were the edge rushers go too quickly for you to make a move on that? And is that a little bit of a disappointment?
No, I wouldn't say it's a disappointment because we got all guys that we love. So, just like I told you guys before the draft, we could have drafted an edge rusher that plays that position. We could have done that. Y'all would have been happy, right? You guys would have been happy if we would have drafted an edge rusher that, huh?
If he was good.
That's it. That's it. All I hear is edge rusher, draft to edge rusher. So I'm like, well, are you assuming that the guy is really good? Well, that's a whole different story. Can you get in position to get one of those? And, and look, there's, I don't need to get into specifics, but there's times where we made attempts to get one and you just, they got picked before, you couldn't get up, the team didn't. It takes two to trade, or we just had another player higher. But we did the same thing that we do every draft. We picked the highest rated player regardless of position. So that's what we did this whole way through. That's what we're going to do again tomorrow. So, yes, we could have.
Okay, so there you heard it.
We don't have them ranked as high. You know what I mean? So we're just going to
So
always
there you
get
have
the
it. Brad
best
Holmes
player.
does not have edge rushers ranked as high as Tate Ratledge. He doesn't have them high, ranked as high as Isaac Tesla. And look, you've got to give this man some credit, and here's why. No other GM, no other football team had half of these edge rushers ranked high. They all slipped. Could he still have grabbed one in the third round before he grabbed Isaac Tesla? Yes. Could he grab one in the second round before he took Tate Ratledge? He could have. But according to Brad Holmes, that was not high enough on his list. They had Isaac Tesla higher. They had Tate Ratledge higher. And it's funny because we were talking about before the Tate Ratledge pick was taken, we went through my board. And I had Ratledge second. I mean, he was the guy that I would have taken. And it just happened to line up that way. So he's not speaking crap. Like, he's just not blowing smoke. You have to look at the board, and you have to look at the way that it fell. I'll make more sense of it next week. Like I said, I'm going to get into more videos next week when we take a break from the morning show to kind of just let the dust settle, let everyone get their content out, and then I'm going to bring the facts. But let's keep listening.
To search for an edge rusher? I mean, we're always going to look for edge rushers. I told you guys that. Yeah.
Like your ideal edge rusher, can you just define like the traits that you like in that position? What do I think we know receiver, right? Like that guy that blocks and that does everything in hand. things that you just explained about.
He's got to win rushes. You got to set edges. That's what he's got to do. You know, however he's going to win rushes, whether it's, you know, through pocket, through, you know, long arming, if he can turn speed to power, if he has the instincts, you know, if he had the craftiness with his hands, even if he does not have top juice, but you can still win rushes. So, yeah, I mean, obviously that's why you guys keep asking about that position, right? Because it's like you know, you look at like a Madden diagram, you know, the arrows pointing up like an arrow is drawing. And it doesn't always work that way. That's not how the defensive end positions always play, just an arrow running a hoop. But, you know, yes, he's got to win rushes and he's got to be able to set edges.
Graham, we always know that you look for a best player available. So given, you know, how coveted edge rushers are, is there a scenario in which the Lions don't take an edge rusher in this draft?
If we don't, we don't.
Huh?
We're not going to.
Josiah Stewart just went
chase a position
to L.A. You've got to be kidding
me. The guy
me.
has to be a good player and that we love. Now, I'm not saying that they're not.
Oh my goodness! But you know what? Hold on, timeout. Again.
Might be, but
pause, Brad. So Los Angeles Rams just pick up Josiah Stewart. They brought in Braden Fisk and Jared Verse last year. Their defense is going to be absolutely insane, but I'm thinking that Josiah Stewart's going to be off-ball linebacker for them. Wow. But again, it says, like, what did I say before all this? I did not see Josiah Stewart being high. I did not see, Olufemi Oladejo being high. Third-round picks. I think Oladejo went in the second. Still like him. I still think he's an absolute animal of a football player. But what Brad Holmes is saying is, the guys have to set edges and win their rushes. And he just didn't see enough in this draft. However, you heard him say that he tried to move up and he couldn't. He couldn't. And it's kind of what I said earlier, that teams are not letting him trade up. And, I mean, he was able to trade up, but maybe not where he really wanted to be for some of the players that he was looking for. And like I said, during this cast yesterday and today, that the players that were on his board had to have been gone. And that's why you didn't see, certain things happen that maybe some of us expected, could have happened or should have happened. Doesn't mean we failed. Does not mean we failed. Still a hell of a good draft. If I can get my mouse to work, we can put Brad back on. My God, so many problems here. I think that my Bluetooth is like dead. I think my Bluetooth adapter is just broken. And this makes 0 sense. Now it's just dead. It's gone. It's not doing nothing. What the hell? I can't even sign out of the stream.
It's going to go on forever.
Eric brought the damn gremlins with him. I swear to God. Come on, man. I can't stop moving. Oh, wait, there it is. Nope, it's gone. It just pops up on Brad and then disappears. It pops up, disappears. Oh, there it is, and it's gone. Oh, hold on. All right, let me turn it off. Brent, I absolutely watched him. I kind of get sick of your tone, too, because it's just like you constantly berate me, but yeah, you haven't got anything right. And how many things have I gotten right? So if you want to talk turkey, buddy, start putting your picks up. Put your money where your mouth is, because I've gotten over 9 picks right for the Detroit Lions in the last 3 drafts. And then I do it because I watch all the players. And I do believe that Josiah Stewart is still an off-ball football player. He can be on the edge. He can be a linebacker in a 3-4 scheme. He went to the Rams, so we'll see what they use him for. But I get a lot right, so be careful. I get a ton right. More than any other person on this platform. because I do the work and I go to the combines and I travel to places to make sure that we do the work. I can't stop the damn thing.
But we're not going to take a player that we don't value as high just because he plays a position. I've been telling you guys that forever. I don't know why. But, I mean, you guys keep asking a question because we had injuries last year, right? I just want to make that clear, right? Because we had injuries last year. That's why you guys keep...
You don't see as much depth at that position right now.
As much depth? Yeah. That's fair. That's fair.
So where are you going to find it in the draft?
We'll keep looking. I mean, we turn over every stone. There's other avenues in the player acquisition process, so it doesn't stop at the draft. So we'll see. But no, I mean, it's a fair statement. But I mean,
So I missed the question for Brad. I can't wait to go back and listen to that one again.
We got one last year, at the trade deadline. So, but that's not. It's more on the top of y'all's priority than it is on the top of our priority.
Is it fair to ask if Mike Green was on your board?
Oh, I'll keep that to ourselves.
Isaac, he said, he kind of models his game after Puka. I think that's maybe one thing we could see carried over from your time at the Rams, is just the way you guys value receivers and the type of receivers with the physicality and whatnot. How is your, I guess, over the course of your scouting career to now, how has your view of the receiving position changed and the traits you really look for at that spot?
Yeah, I think so much goes into, especially in this world, so much goes into the highlights and the explosive plays, and those are great, and the 40 times and all this and that. But man, look, the guy's got to have instincts. He's got to be a football player, and he's got to be tough. And there's a lot of dirty work that's involved at that position, and it's a hard position to learn. So you got to be really, really smart. You got to be able to do a lot of different roles. You got to be able to dig out safeties. You got to be able to do a lot of different things in the run game. We've had an explosive run game for the past years, but that's because our wide receivers block. And if your wide receivers don't block, you can't have an explosive running game. And so, those are things. But you have to want to be able to block, you got to be tough. And, there's some guys that might be very explosive and, maybe run fast and have great hands. But if they're not tough and physical, so that's it's that, and also, being able to run through a tackle.
Outside of this, were you pleased that you were able to fortify your trenches, which obviously is a big deal, but a big offensive lineman, a big defensive lineman, was that imperative in this draft?
Yeah, I mean, we would have liked to come away. We knew that we wanted to add more youth into the offensive line, and I told you guys that probably maybe at the end of the season, that's just always going to be at the forefront no matter what. So that's always going to go into every single draft probably. But the defensive line the same way. I mean, that's the foundation that's where games are won. And so I think it's going to always be of importance. It's not going to be just, hey, you got to have this edge rusher. You got to have this, it's just the old deal. It starts there.
When you drafted Mahogany last year, you affectionately referred to him as a dirtbag. Tate said that's a moniker he also wears proudly. How exciting is the prospect of having two guards that kind of both think in that same mentality?
Yeah. I think that's going to be cool, both those guys being in the locker room together and in that O-line room together. But, that's just, again, just like Mahogany fit what we're looking for, Tate fits what we're looking for. Whether he's got his mullet or not, he's going to – he plays the game the right way. He's tough. He's physical. He's a lot more athletic than you may think, and he's got a lot more versatility than people may realize. And that's really when he really, really rose through the process for us. But, those guys fit. They're smart. They're tough. They're gritty, and they play our style of ball.
Your philosophy on count picks, as your roster sort of evolves to the point that you might be able to play that count pick game a little bit using both, the trades today. So just just can you share your philosophy on how important it is to acquire them and what it means when you have?
Yeah, no, I think they're great. You just got to be strategic in terms of how you utilize them. So again, you know, you got to be convicted on the player if you're going to spend it. But, you know, and I know that was 2/3 for next year. You know, quite frankly, we're not picking in the 3rd round next year. But again, those are the decisions that you got to be at peace with. And obviously the comp pick is really, really late. But, you know, a lot of teams discount our picks, you know, for trades, you know, really, really late as well. So all those things come into play when you're trying to trade up. But the comp picks for sure, yeah, they're very valuable. They're very valuable today. Oh, you're talking about to acquire the comp picks. Oh yeah, yo, oh yeah, no, yes, absolutely. We talk about that every year. You know, when do you stop? You know, spending over a certain amount, and in terms of what you're going to be losing. So, we strategically go over that every year just to see what we can possibly come up with, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, but it's something that's always at the top of mind during free agency.
What's the message on the sweatshirt? Height, weight, speed? What is it?
Yeah, you got it. It's it's just a line through height, weight, speed. Yeah, no, it's just I say height, weight, speed. It's it is the opposite of film evaluation, and we're all about film evaluation, and that's the hard part of scouting. Height, weight, speed is easy. Stats are easy. A position listed is easy, but film evaluation is hard to figure it out. Yeah, thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. So I don't know what's going on with my mic and why I can't hear it now. Hold on. Can you guys hear me? Because I can't hear myself. Oh, can you grab that? I just dropped my ear. Thanks. All right, so I love it because he just the height, weight, speed that's on his shirt, and he put a line through it because he says that, you know, it's all about the tape. It's easy to look at height, weight, speed. It's easy to look at the analytics and the stats and all that stuff, right? Or compile the stats to make the analytics. I do all of it, right? I do the height, weight, speed. I do the film review. I go to the combines. The tape is the hardest, and I'll have to tell you from a level of, let's say 1 to 10, 10 you're a master, 1 you're apprentice at looking at tape review. I'm probably a 5. It is that hard, maybe a 6. And I'm not just being generous to myself. I think that evaluating tape, it takes a lot of time. It takes a special eye. I mean, I do pick up plenty. I think that I do a fairly good job in my limited amount of, you know, time doing this. But I will only get better. And as I get through some of these courses that I'm going to end up taking and the scouting program, you know, that's when I think things are going to take off for me even further. But, you know, having a friend like All 22 and the, you know, things that I'm going to be learning through that individual at some point, it'll only help us get more information, right? Being credentialed and being able to be at more events, being able to go to, you know, all of the pro days in that next year, or at least select pro days, or, you know, being an independent free scout for people. It's just going to, wow. Dylan Gabriel just went before Shedeur Sanders. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I'm excited about the future. Look, you know, Brad said, hey, the reality is we're not picking in the 3rd round next year. We're not. He's convicted. And maybe that means that he's going to be doing more to be picking early. Not sure exactly what he meant, but there's a lot more to unpack from his press conference. I'll have an opportunity to listen to it in the 40 minutes on the way back to the hotel. And I'll probably listen to it again on the 6 hours back home. But again, I can't thank you guys enough for being part of the Rockhound family. And the, you know, the biggest thing is I have another Aiden jersey to give away. And I didn't tell anyone this beforehand, but the biggest donations that came in tonight that go towards Rockhound Cancer Foundation was going to win a jersey. And for the second year in a row, Better the Hunt stepped up with a $150 donation tonight, pretty much paid for a jersey. So Randy, Better the Hunt, will be getting a Aiden Hutchinson jersey, and I'll be making sure that that gets in the mail to you soon, buddy. So that's it for this 2025 draft, day 2. Appreciate everybody joining us. We still got a few more things we got to give away. Raffles I'm going to do next week when I get home. And that's because, well, keyboard problem. I can't type people's names in without a keyboard. So we can't do the wheel. But don't worry, it's all saved. You still, that gives you more time. If you want to buy more raffle tickets, it gives you more time. So spend the time on buymeacoffee.com/Rockhound. Get you more raffle tickets before probably Tuesday night. Maybe is when we'll probably have time to do it. Give me a little bit of time to get home and relax. It's been a long 4 days. So we'll see you guys at the next draft. It'll be bigger than better than ever because we're going to be having more access than we did this year. We'll see you guys in the next one. Appreciate all of you and all of the donations and all the time that you guys spend making this the best place for your Detroit Lions content. And Brett Lighton, I still love you. But next year, you and I are going toe-to-toe on picks. $100. We're making our picks. We're going to do 2 ways. We're going to do picks and position each round. Whoever loses is donating $100 towards the foundation. How about that? All right. We'll see you all in the next one. Take care. Go and probably go Detroit Lions.
Yeah. 1 2 1 2. 1 2 1 2. Mic check. Hey, can y'all hear me out there? Against all odds. 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 Against all odds.